Hey, chat. Hello. What up? How's it going? Ooh, shit. I'm fine. Thanks for asking. Listen, there's drama. Also, wait, did Mutin get doxxed? What's going on here? I I was sent this just before I started, but I don't understand what's happening. What's happening here? He's obviously not getting doxxed on this video because I didn't see anything. Intro. Shock collar. I forgot that Dan shocked himself with a collar.
Sorry, I actually think I have to leave. I can't be here for the day. I need to go change my fucking phone number and retarded shit. The more that I think about it, I need to go swap my numbers over. Dan might be able to stream later. I'm sorry. This fucking dog shit ass site pissed me off.
What the fuck did he do? Did he paste his phone number to? No, wait. I don't understand. Huh. I don't get it. I don't know what. Well, whatever. I guess I'm not supposed to know because it's deleted. Shit. That's not good, bro. Ouch. That's not a big deal. Just change your number. Get over it. YOLO. How does one dox themselves? Well, you can do it by accident, I guess. Like if I open up browser and it's just like an Amazon delivery like receipt. Oh no. Oh no. Whoop. Or you have a tax folder full of fucking lolly porn. Yeah, there are lots of ways, okay? There are some ways that you wouldn't even think of. Like a tax folder with, with lolly horse porn. Fuck me, man. Oh, why is my PC doing that thing again? Stop doing the thing! It's fine. It's always doing the thing. Okay. I know there's a lot of Hasan Pacman Destiny drama, but I don't know where to start. It's to do with the Young Democrat College shit. It's a College Democrats event. Oh, the DSA platform. I do want to read that. Yeah. That's good. That's very good. Pondering! Thanks for the $10.
Fascism debate prep.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Wow. Old friend. How's the debate prep? It's good. I have to change my entire strategy because Rob Noor is taking over. But it's fine. I'll probably make it pretty similar. Just reading Robert Paxton. You know, I learned about this book. And I can use this as a rhetorical quip because no one cares about info. You know, you gotta be rhetorical. You gotta have your gimmicks. A good little quip you can make from this book is that actually from the last, this book and others, I guess, but like the last 3 weeks where I've just been reading a little bit about fascism from historians and like actual theorists who go really deep into it. My definition of fascism is actually narrowed. It's not gotten bigger. It still includes Trump, but it's actually narrower. It's like I used to be quite comfortable with just like calling like Imperial Japan just like the same kind of fascist as Nazis and Mussolini and all that shit. But they were quite different in terms of like defining the political movements and where they would fall in, or like whether they have all the pillars of a fascist movement, even though they were definitely like they were worse than Mussolini in so many ways. But even Franco as well is a slightly more debatable case than Hitler and Mussolini. But none of it gets Trump off the hook so far. What have you read? Well, obviously I've reread some of stuff from Richard Evans that I've already looked at. Some articles that people like him and others have written about whether they agree or disagree that he's a fascist. I read Robert Paxton's article because this guy, Paxton, is kind of like the go-to. He's like the main guy that people reference for definitions of fascism. And it's mainly from this book called The Anatomy of Fascism from 2004. Richard Evans from Red Letter Media. Okay.
Rob has MAGA Tourette's, so expect him to shout out random stuff like Hunter Biden, Crossfire, Hurricane, Hillary's emails, James Comey, George Papadopoulos, Burisma.
Well, that's a very interesting proposition, pondering politics, but I'm afraid to tell you that's not the topic of the debate. The topic of the debate is Trump a fascist? The topic of the debate is not, is James Comey a fascist? He might very well be. I couldn't possibly comment because that is not the topic of the debate. Okay. And I'm going to say that so many times. I'm going to say that so many times. I can't wait. It's going to be so annoying because I can't be, I don't have time. I don't have fucking 3 days to learn every single Democrat conspiracy. I don't have time. No one does. It's not fair. It's cheating. It's rubbish. Fuck.
Yeah, but that not being the topic has never stopped Rob before, so Godspeed, my friend.
Oh, what is it Andrew Wilson says? He would just say, I see the point. Like, even, but see, but I don't know if he's using this word differently to how I understood it, but saying I see the point was not him agreeing with it. It was just him saying, like, for the sake of argument, yes. Like, cede the point is not the same as concede the point. So maybe I'll just do that. I cede the point. Well, don't you think that there would be some fascist behavior with Biden and Burisma and the big guy, the two big guy? I see the point. Wow, I haven't heard about that one. I don't know about all that. I love it. I love this new. I've got this new approach now. It's not even a new approach. It's just a new understanding. It's one of those things that you kind of know, but like making it front and center is really difficult. It's like, you should go for a walk every day, but sometimes you just don't do it. But now I'm like, I'm actually walking every day and I'm seeing that so much of this politics and debate and shit, especially with certain people, is it's like you could go and put all these like complex arguments forward and all the like impressive soliloquies about how knowledgeable you are and all that shit. But really, you just have to it's just quips. You just get a quip and you just got to, and so much of it just isn't real. It doesn't really matter if I cede the point on everything he says about Democrats, because it's not the topic of the debate. Fair enough. No, I'm not doing fair enough. That sounds like I'm conceding. Whereas I'm ceding, not conceding. Those are different. I can think of actually few better examples. Where is it?
Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal, the architect of a horrific genocide against the Palestinian people.
Also, will
he is responsible
so I can support you but also torture myself by listening to Rob? I agree you should just flatly reject his attempts to derail. Also, does corruption factor into your fascism nexus or not really?
Thanks for the 20 bucks. No, does it? I don't think so. No. You don't have to be corrupt to be you don't have to be corrupt to be a fascist, no. It's always like, if you're ever thinking about adding like a pillar to the fascist nexus, like I'm thinking so far they got like populism and authoritarianism, ultranationalism. That's kind of like the main thing I'm going, maybe like cult of personality, but again, that's not like, but then I'm thinking, but if you want to think about adding little things in, because there are lots of things that lots of fascists do, right? They all love to appoint people who have no qualifications for whatever reason. Like they like elevating fucking failures. And I think that is because of like a disdain for intellectual traditions or a disdain for experts or like a fetishization of like the virtues of the ordinary man and all that shit. Like, but do you need to be a fascist to do that? Like, not that in particular, but it does definitely speak to a kind of like to the populist pillar. Do you need a paramilitary? Not really. Some of them had paramilitaries, but again, like, did governments, like, do you stop being a fascist once you're in government? You don't need a paramilitary? No. I think the main things that you need, and I'll again, Mr. Paxton is very cunning. You see, he's a good salesman. He's no fool. Okay, he knows that people like me exist. He knows that people like me exist.
Also, thoughts on Trump apparently greenlighting Saudi Arabia's nuclear program.
Thanks for the $10. Dude, Jesus, I don't know if I don't know the detail. I don't know what's is it like a civilian enrichment program, or is it like is it putting them in? I wouldn't worry as much about like Saudi for having a like an enrichment program for like civilian means. Like I think for civilian measures, you can kind of get away with going up to 20% enrichment. But Saudi, as far as I know, are not pledging to destroy another country, or they're not running around stomping on people's flags and shit. So I don't know. But as far as regional implications and as far as the way it can be spun propagandistically, because that matters as well, the way it affects relations with Qatar might, I don't know, that might be, it's not inherently wrong, but like regionally that's probably a bit weird. Maybe. Might be a bit antagonistic given the circumstances. But also, it's nice to see the Gulf rising and Iran getting fucked, shagged. Oh yeah, thank you, Josiah. I've read those 2 articles already, but thank you. They're definitely the most, they're quite useful. Sorry, one thing at a time, holy shit.
For the killing of more than 73,000 people. For the maiming of tens of thousands of children, as those who survive undergo amputation without anesthesia. For the targeting of neonatal hospitals and maternity care centers, denying newborns even the chance to live. For the countless people he starved as he blocked food and humanitarian aid from reaching them. For the gunning down of hundreds of aid workers and journalists. And just last month, the UN confirmed that Palestinian children continue to be deliberately targeted and killed by Israeli armed forces, more than 8 months after the so-called ceasefire. The list goes on and on, all as we, as Americans, pay for the bombs that do the killing. There is a reason the International Criminal Court issued a warrant for his arrest. As human beings, we have spent generations building a shared understanding that there are crimes so grave they offend all of
the old Lorna Box would have said, actually, countless. I'm sorry, the health ministry has a very clear count for the people who died of starvation or starvation-related causes, and it was like less than 500, which basically suggests that all of the UN reports that called it a stage 5 famine were kind of wrong. But I'm not doing that. We've got a bigger point to make to this video. Fuck BBB. Fuck him. Piece of shit.
Of humanity. Anyone with their eyes, with their heart, with their conscience should recognize the devastation he has wrought and understand that he belongs before a court of law. As I've said, I agree with the ICC.
Not to mention, like, with that, the old Lorna Box probably would have also said that even the UN now are admitting Hamas's role in the misallocation of aid and people struggling to get what they needed because they were using it for political and economic purposes. But okay.
That Benjamin Netanyahu should be arrested and tried for his crimes, as I do for anyone else charged by the ICC. My administration has reviewed every avenue available under applicable law to determine whether New York City could execute the International Criminal Court's arrest warrant if Benjamin Netanyahu came here. It is clear that we do not have the independent legal authority to enforce this warrant. The federal government, however, does, and I call on them to join the ICC and execute this warrant. And I want to be equally clear. Benjamin Netanyahu...
That's crazy. It's not as if everyone, apart from Zoran Mamdani and his followers, knew that before he got elected. That's crazy.
Netanyahu is not welcome in New York City, nor is any other war criminal at large. While we cannot end the genocide on our own, we can decide whether our silence will become another weapon, and we can examine every tool we have to defend the humanity and dignity of all people. That is my commitment to you.
Do you remember what I said? Okay, and I say this as someone who doesn't, I don't hate Zoran. As far as I know with his domestic policy, he seems to have done quite well. Do you remember when I said that Andy Burnham, with his statements on Palestine, should actually just go all the way? He should just do all of the rhetorical flourish and just use all the big words and all of the, he should just pass every single purity test that is thrown his way, because that's all he needs to do. He just needs to say a few things. He doesn't need to do like anything really. Even if he did end the remaining licenses to Israel, they wouldn't do much either, because the UK's contribution to Israel in terms of exports is so small, and all of the aid that could go to Gaza that could actually kill people in Gaza from the UK has already been stopped. It's been frozen for over a year now. You just have to just say things, and that's what people want. Zoran ran on, at least in part, saying that he was going to arrest Netanyahu. He was going to arrest Netanyahu. Where's the... There's an article where... Is it this one? ABC? Zoran Mamdani, the man many predict will become New York City's next mayor, has made plenty of promises. The 34-year-old's blueprint for reform has not just gained traction in the Big Apple. If polls are correct, it will catapult him into office. If he's elected Tuesday, local time, Mr. Mamdani says he will arrest a frequent visitor to the city, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Mamdani, who would be ultimately responsible for policing in New York if he were elected mayor, has repeatedly promised to detain the Israeli PM if he gets the chance. Now, obviously, either he really should have checked before getting elected to find out if this was even possible. I think he did know. I think he just turned a blind eye to the facts. But yeah, this is what you need to do. What is he doing here? And this is really popular. It's like 1.4 million views. Bro, hitting the presidential aura. I can't believe he has the guts to say it. Remember, this guy isn't suicidal. He is saying, remember that thing I said I would do? I actually can't do it. So I'm going to ask someone else to do it, even though I know that someone else, Donald Trump, will never do it. He's asking someone to do a thing that person will never do. That's all he's doing in this video, right? It's not policy. It's not action. It's nothing. It's just, but it looks great. It looks good. The music's good. He looks good. He looks great. He sounds great. He is great. But that's it. That's it. It's not even virtue signaling. It's this entire movement has a political stance on the region that is not real. Like, that's not feasible. Let's go through like every single thing that someone like Mamdani or someone who supports him, because a lot of crazy people support him as well. Like, look at what they're advocating for, right? Let's say they're suggesting like the really extreme, okay, like armed resistance until Israel's basically gone, like build Iran up, like rebuild as much as they can in Gaza and West Bank, all that. Keep building up and then just keep fighting, and eventually, they'll crumble under the weight. Like that's not happening, okay? Because you're not getting rid of a group that basically sees like a choice between die or surrender and then die, right? Like that's how that region works. Like the Jews know that they will not survive as a minority in the Middle East, or that their existence would be insanely precarious, which is like the nice prediction if they were in that position. So they're not going to give up their state. They're not going to do it. The other suggestions that Mamdani might make are like, let's sanction them. Well, first of all, let's cut aid, because that's what a lot of people want. Okay. But then if you're cutting aid, that's not necessarily that might embolden the Israeli right, because they're the ones who seem to be the ones who most want to disconnect from the United States. If you cut aid, you also have to go further. You have to take active measures. You have to sanction. You have to embargo. Okay, you do that. Are you going to stop? And then for Israel to do what? The embargo, the sanctions, Israel stops doing what? Are they going to stop occupying the West Bank? Like what? Without talking to anyone? No, because they realize that the most popular movement in the West Bank is Hamas. And they know that Hamas, especially if Israel withdraws from the West Bank under pressure of sanctions and under pressure of embargo, then obviously Hamas claims victory for that. The same way they claimed victory in Gaza, the same way Hezbollah claimed victory in South Lebanon. So you can't really do that. You can isolate Israel, and then an isolated Israel will just become even more right-wing. And it's not like they're going to have any increased difficulty in fighting, right? Like people say that like American arms and everything would weaken Israel's attacks on Gaza. You know that Israel's difficulty in fighting in Gaza it's not like in war in general. As a country, your difficulty is not firepower. It's not difficult to get loads of bombs and drop them on places. Like that's not actually we've been doing that for years and years and years and years and years. Israel could do what they did in Gaza with a bunch of fucking Lancasters and B-29s from the 1940s, and they could have done what they did in Gaza in a couple of weeks. They could have easily done that with shitty bombs, with just shitloads of them. It's not difficult to make a bomb. It's difficult to make a guided precision bomb, or like of different sizes and weights, and obviously they've got their nukes. So that doesn't work. Like the only way you can get because again, it doesn't address the problem. Nothing in this video mentioned Hamas. Nothing. It just mentioned like everything that Israel's doing in Gaza, as if it's just like Gaza's this passive entity, and then Israel just decided to do its thing with it. It's having its way. And it does the whole cause like such an enormous disservice, because I believe he wants Palestinians to live in peace and in dignity and in security and everything else, and to have their own nation and to go their own way and build themselves up in a way that maybe even they'll be a rival nation of Israel. Who knows? But what's he doing to try and achieve it? Again, well, first of all, I don't know why he's running for mayor to achieve that. The only way that you're going to get anything out of this conflict is, first of all, you have to acknowledge that there is another side of it that is the most powerful movement in Palestine right now, which is still Hamas, the most popular in the West Bank, the ones in power in Gaza. They're the ones who are leading the charge, and they're the ones who are basically saying to Israel, you give us any inch, you give us any opportunity, you give us any more territory or any more space to build up our military and our smuggle weapons or anything else, then we're going to eventually just murder as many of you as you can as soon as we get the chance to. Like that's what we're going to do with the space that you give us. We're not going to build a thriving society and integrate into the international community as a state or anything like that. No, we're going to attack you. We're going to try to kill your civilians and destroy your country. So unless you... That language always is going to speak louder than a Western politician. It's always you can't have a British person saying, "Hey, get out of the West Bank or else, get stopped with Gaza or else." And then you've got Hamas saying, "Well, yeah, if you leave, we're just going to use that. We're just going to strengthen up and come back for you. Fuck you." Obviously, they're going to listen to the second person. That's it. The only way you're ever going to get around this problem is, one, you can put your pressure on. You can put your pressure on Israel for reining in like criminal actions and for settlements and things like that. But at the end of the day, none of that is really ever complete without a shift on the other side. There's never going to be a unilateral. The amount of things that Israel can do unilaterally that is relieving the pressure on Palestinians is not going to be enough. It's not going to be like a state. It's not going to be giving them freedom. The thing that will achieve that will be pressure on Israel alongside, and whether this comes from the Arab nations or from Western activists or even some of the Western governments, like the pressure needs to come from the Palestinian side to realize that this narrative, this dominant narrative of armed resistance inside Israel, outside Israel, by any means necessary, pretending that that's international law, as so many people do, it needs to go. And unless it goes, then there's no free Palestine. It doesn't happen. Unless that stops being the dominant position amongst Palestinian society, that's not going to, you might get some concessions, and I'd support those concessions. You're not going to get a state. It's just not going to happen. And this idea that people just keep thinking that, well, if we just keep on putting Israel into the proverbial dock, if we just keep on sanctioning, if we just keep on accusing them of more crimes, if we keep on getting indictments from the ICC, or we keep on trying to arrest politicians or saying we're going to arrest politicians, you might get some concessions, maybe, like if you're really, really forceful or if you're really, really strategic, Bush Sr. has done it for concessions, Bill Clinton has achieved concessions, Biden has achieved concessions. Not so much Trump, he doesn't care. But none of these concessions are ever going to be good enough, because to get the thing that's good enough, you need the change on the other side as well. And that's very hard to do as a Westerner when your entire narrative on the situation is presupposing that Hamas isn't even really there. They just don't really exist. They're just not really a variable. But besides that, good memes. Good strong populist meme video. Good. Is there any alternative to Hamas right now, or just the PA? Well, the only one thing that Palestinians seem to agree on, like 90% these days, is that they want Abbas to resign and they hate the PA. Like, Abbas is so fucking unpopular. The PA, the PA could be an alternative. They should be, and that is something that Westerners could do. I think Westerners, especially after Abbas dies, I think when there comes to the point of there being a switchover amongst the PA, then a Western politician or a Western country that actually is led by people who really are invested in the conflict and really care about it, and really want to know and understand it, then there are things that they could do with regards to the PA to make it a more viable alternative to Hamas. But again, there's no political reason to pursue that. Every politician who would even come marginally close to going in that direction is seen as a genocider. Like, why would they bother? And that's not where the people who do support them are at. Like, the people who support Democrats who are actually would possibly have a reasonable position on Palestine and Israel, their voters probably don't have Palestine as their top issue or their top 10 issues. So, or their top 20. You see what I mean? Have you seen the Channel 5 video on apartheid in Palestine? No. Oh, where did I get that? Oh yeah, DSA new platform. Is this it? The new program? It's not even that long, is it? Or is the wait. This is a press release on it. Where is the program itself? Is this it? I would expect this to be like a PDF, right? Like a manifesto style thing. Is this their program? Author's note? Dude. This is their program, right? This little thing. Oh, is this just the same thing, but in more in a less aesthetic form? Wait. No, they're different. The words are different. Okay. DSA launches new program. This is the program. Okay, fine. Program, the DSA. Okay. What are we saying? My boys. Fuentes versus Biden on the way. Hell yeah. Imagine taking a day off from work in a future without capitalism. Okay. Imagine for a second, guys. My PC is so fucking weird. It might not feel as badly needed as it does now. You enjoy your work. It's interesting to you, and you're well trained for it. That's me. You work as much as you are able and no more than needed. That's me. I'm sorry. And you would control your own labor and see it going to good use. It's not just a job to pay the bills. Oh no, this is imagine the... okay. Speaking of bills, you don't really need them anymore. You don't really have them. Oh no. Shit. You have no debt. You don't need health insurance. You don't pay a mortgage or have a landlord because comfortable housing is a human right. Your retirement is publicly funded. Food, education, energy, medicine, and transportation aren't for-profit business. They are common goods and utilities. Okay, enough about bills. Who the fuck wrote this? What do you do on your day off? Maybe in the morning, you walk your kids to school, run errands, or go to a doctor's appointment. In the afternoon, you might play a sport, practice a new skill, read, it's just Karl Marx fucking fucking be a builder, then a painter, then a farmer, then go home. Okay. In the evening, you could meet up with friends or family and eat together, maybe go to the movies or down to the park. How do we fund? Don't stop asking pragmatic questions, retard. As soon as capitalism's gone, AI is going to solve all the problems, okay? New technology will just automate everything and everyone will own all the things. Yes, chatters who, for some unimaginable reason, can't seem to get their voices heard in the top chat. There is no switch. There is no switch for the top chat and the live chat. It's one of the, like, it will give me the same link, so it's always going to give me top chat. Learner Box, my biggest problem with you is you act as if Israelis are good faith actors that only care about security. It's the biggest nonsense you spew. No, you're probably never going to change your mind, but I might as well just address it because I'm an insanely charitable person. Okay, I'm doing the. You should remind people of your qualities. Okay, listen. You don't need to assume that Israelis are good faith to believe that they have a legitimate security concern. You can be the most bad faith, Ben Gvir, Netanyahu cunt in the entire fucking planet, and you can still talk about security, and that concern can still be legitimate. And it can still be a concern so legitimate that you will never get the majority of the country or your electorate to break it. Like that I'm sorry, dude. Like, what's wrong with you? It doesn't matter how fucking bad faith the Israeli government is. I know they're bad faith. That does not mean that the security concern that Israel has, as when it comes to the question of unilaterally ending occupation, which is not even asked for in international law, by the way, that would just be basically putting them in an unprecedented level of danger. Like, I don't know why you don't understand that. What you seem to be alluding to is the way that those legitimate security concerns are exploited by Israeli right-wingers. But that doesn't mean they're fake. You withdraw from Lebanon without talking to anyone, you get Hezbollah. You withdraw from Gaza without talking to anyone, you get Hamas. Why would the West Bank be any different? The place where Hamas are more popular than anywhere else. These are all familiar everyday activities. A socialist day off could be like any good day now. But what if you were free to spend your time how you like without worrying about cost or dreading going back to work? What if you didn't have to think about paying rent or loans at the end of the month, or saving for college, or affording groceries? But who's producing all the things? Who's doing the stuff? What would that be like? It's been said that it's easier to imagine the end of the world than it is to imagine the end of capitalism. But just because it isn't easy to imagine doesn't mean we shouldn't try to make it happen. Workers deserve more. How do we get here? How did we get here? Why not? How do we get there? Huh. The world is in chaos, but for bosses, it's all going according to plan. We can see their plan in the countless heartbreaking images coming out of war zones like Beirut, Gaza, and Tehran. That's that's the only, dude, where the fuck is, where's Ukraine? Where's Sudan? What the fuck? Oh, it's all the ones that are part of our single issue. Okay, I see. Yo, we can hear it in the rumble of bulldozers making way to build detention camps and data centers. We can feel it in the air as the summer heat becomes unbearable, and in the pits of our stomachs when faced with the price of gas and rent. We are promised magical technology with AI, but in reality, the bosses lay us off and track our every move. The billionaire class is dividing workers against each other and is making us desperate and miserable. The political and economic system under which we live is built on private ownership and profit at all costs. As capitalism fails to solve problems of its own making, it turns to right-wing authoritarianism. Big business, this is the whole fascists are just the private army of capital bullshit. Okay, yeah. Big business makes deals with the government to line their pockets, and politicians stoke hatred between working people. Instead of offering real solutions to unemployment and the cost of living, they attack immigrants, communities of color, and trans people. Rather than fixing our broken healthcare system, they push snake oil and circulate conspiracy theories. The Republicans are in on it, the Democratic Party is asleep at the wheel, and both are funded, hey, by the same criminal class of billionaires and war profiteers. Oh well. Shit. Democratic socialists know that no one has to live like this. If we lived in a classless society and governed ourselves, we would freely build a world without war or poverty. We could build a world where no one suffers for their race, gender, or religion, and everyone is free, equal, and cared for. Building this world is the guiding star of our movement. When we labor for our common good instead of private profit, we can all have a secure and dignified life and use our time and talents how we wish. Okay. To achieve this future, our class must organize. Democratic Socialists of America is building a party whose goal is a democratic society of the working class. Our enemies are not just individual bosses, but the entire global system of capital. Not just this or that cop, judge, or president, but the entire anti-democratic structure of our society. We are workers fighting to transform society, to win the battle for democracy, draft a new constitution, and create a democratic socialist republic. DSA has written this program for ending capitalist oligarchy and creating a real democracy. Some of these demands may be won under our current system, but we know complete victory will require building a new society from the ground up. We push these demands for their furthest extent today so we can fight for their fullest realization in a socialist future. Join. Oh, it's not. That's not it. Okay. I thought that was quite abrupt. Okay. This is the policies, okay? Expand public resources to support recreation, learning, and social spaces accessible to all, establish paid family leave for all workers, a 32-hour work week with full pay and benefits, and a living minimum wage. Okay, that's not quite the thing that you described up here, but okay. Provide free, quality public education from pre-K to college and cancel all student debt. Guarantee universal health care at no cost to individuals. I always wonder why the DSA types are so defensive of China when they don't actually do this, but that's a different story. Including complete access to reproductive and gender affirming care. Expand healthcare access and quality by investing in new public hospitals and clinics. Make all medical education and training public and free. So this is all already like we're going into. These are all things that you could attempt to pursue under capitalism, although the only way you'd fund it would be through a lot of debt, but okay. Housing is a human right. Build new publicly owned social housing, strictly regulate investment properties, establish universal rent control, and guarantee right to counsel for all tenants. End the legacies of slavery and colonialism, reinforce anti-discrimination laws, honor all treaties and tribal sovereignty, enact reparations, and massively invest in good jobs, quality housing, and infrastructure in neglected minority communities. End mass incarceration and police immunity, demilitarize police departments, disempower police unions, and redirect funding to public services as steps towards fully abolishing the police and prison system, which protects the rich and jails the poor. Okay. Treat drug addiction and mental illness as health issues, not crimes. End qualified immunity to empower civilian oversight bodies with real authority over police. Are we in Chaz territory here? Civilian oversight bodies. Is this like, I don't know. Crazy. A buh? Socialist feminism fights for queer liberation and the freedoms of all working class women, stop gender violence and end policies that oppress bodily autonomy and intimate life, including patriarchal restrictions on abortion, childbirth, and child raising, gender expression and transition, marriage and divorce, ban sex discrimination, and ensure fair compensation and support for all forms of labor, including care work. Workers must lead a democratic transition to a green future, pass federal jobs guarantee. So their policy platform is all like, well, this is all like social, this is all like redistributive. Are they talking about employers yet? It's all crazy, but it's all very like, why does this need capitalism to be abolished? I mean, they're probably going to get into it. This is probably like, this is what you're, again, it's incoherent. Like democratic socialists basically see themselves as like people who are not going to get rid of capitalism tomorrow, but what they are going to do is that they're going to increase taxation and they're going to use it to fund as many public goods as possible, and then a bunch more that are not possible. Yeah, it's just we're just going to promise every single public pledge. Workers must lead our democratic transition to a green future, pass a federal jobs guarantee, implement massive investment in sustainable publicly owned energy and transit infrastructure, phase out the use of fossil fuels, reclaim and repair our Earth's resources for all. Okay. I love the idealism, but this entire system revolves around people not being greedy. It's not even. It's not even to do with. It's not even to do with greed. It's not even. That's not really how that goes. Um, the problem is that for as much as there are loads of problems with capitalism, of course there are, right? Like it's got so many fucking disadvantages and so many blind spots and so many places that it can't actually deliver. But as soon as it's gone, like so far, we don't have anything that does a better job, right? Even in massive parts of the world, or it just seems to be that like even countries that really, really, in their entire fucking every like down to like in their it's like in their blood, it's in their ideological foundations to be against capitalism, they end up adopting capitalist measures like the way China did. So it's just, and you don't need even like you can be a you don't even necessarily need to be like the greediest capitalist for this to be like a difficulty, right? Because capitalists can still be virtuous and they can still give money to projects and charities and everything else, but at the end of the day, like there's only so much, like even with the wealthiest countries in the world, there's only so much to go around. Defund the Department of War, end all foreign wars, and close overseas military bases. Support and fully employ veterans and immunity for US war criminals, and support the ICC's mandate to prosecute war crimes. Okay. Free Palestine, recognize the right to Palestine people, including the right of return, right to resist occupation, the right to self-determination, and a free Palestine with Jerusalem as its capital. So is it a two-state? Interesting. End all military and economic aid to Israel. Prosecute US and Israeli leaders responsible for the genocide in Gaza. Yeah, this is like the BDS position. This is the BDS position where, like, well, we don't really have a position on Israel because we believe in international law and we can't say we want to destroy it. So we're just going to say two-state solution and we're going to say end the occupation and right of return. But if you end the occupation and you do right of return, then both of these countries are going to be majority Palestinian. You're just going to have two Palestinian states. End blockades, embargoes, and sanctions. People around the world deserve to live their lives without US interference, end economic warfare against countries whose governments act independently. Okay, the United States, such as Cuba, Venezuela, and Iran. Oh, that's all they do. They act independently. Abolish ICE. Well, big deal there. Democracy for all, extend full voting rights to all permanent US residents, restore the right to vote for incarcerated people, establish statehood for Washington. Was it David Cameron who said that the thought of giving prisoners the vote made him feel physically sick? Like, what a stupid thing to say. Imagine being like a David Cameron, a fucking millionaire Etonian sitting there eating his fucking cornflakes, like reading the papers. Oh, what? They want to give prisoners the vote? Fuck off. Statehood for DC? Yeah. Okay. A real democracy, is this going to be, oh, this is your lobbying, dark money, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Democratic Congress, replace the two-party system with a multi-party democracy. Oh, expand the House and abolish the Senate. Whoa. They want PR. They want PR voting. Oh, shit. One second. I don't know why I'm getting baited by this fucking bullshit. Sorry, no offense. Okay, expand the House of Representatives, implement proportional representation and ranked choice voting, abolish the Senate. Okay, bold. Establish public ownership of the largest corporations and essential industries to ensure democratic control and accountability to the people. I'm guessing this is going to be through dispossession, right? They're not going to buy the corporations. They're just going to like go to people's houses, shareholders and bosses, and just kind of, you know, give me your corporation, bitch. And I'm backing it up. I'm backing up my claim to your corporation with my weaponry that was provided to me. That was provided to me by the citizens' fucking civilian oversight body. Yeah, okay. What happens if one of the civilian oversight bodies decides that they want to protect their local businesses? Because you kind of need like a state to enforce this, like a state police, not civilian bodies that can go whatever way they want. Empower workers to come together and fight the boss. Protect, expand, and enforce the rights of all workers to form, join, and strike with their unions, regardless of industry. Support union members who organize reform caucuses, democratize unions, and take political action. Okay. Good stuff, bro. Maybe they'll win a red state one day. Okay. What do you think of the idea of using NATO to save rainforests, like defend Ukraine from Russia, defend the Amazon and Congo from loggers? NATO? I don't know. I don't know. Show us the tweets. I'm not tweeting. I'm just yapping. Anyway, I'm also getting sidetracked, okay? It's just arguing about arguing. There's people in YouTube chat who can't fucking get their messages seen for whatever reason. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm just getting baited. It's okay. People know where my weaknesses are. Adar Leah, thanks for the tier 1 sub for 4 months now. Wow. Caramel Cold Brew for the 4.99. Sherman for the 15 shekels. Welcome back, loner. Stop leaving us. I need my fix. By the way, Israeli Labour Party primary voter turnout reached numbers not seen since the early 2000s. Eee! Let's go. Doesn't Yair Golan's leadership also have like the fucking support numbers of like a Syrian dictator? He won by like 90% of the vote. Boof Clouds, thanks for the dono. And Nathan Mitchell, thanks for the dono. For the membership, sorry. Mac and Yinguz, thanks for the donos as well. We have Revenge of the Nerds, and now we have The Rise of the Retards. Just tout the populist anthem. Highly recommend William C. Fox's short lecture, When Is It Fascism? He digs into counter-revolutionary nature of fascism and how it bucks conservatism. Oh, that's interesting. Marcus, thanks for the tier 3 sub. Well said. Wow. Jaunty Carrot, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Your admirable charitability is wasted on the etc. True. Chem Trail, Schmed Trail, thanks for the $5. Do you know of a good person to read on criticisms of socialism that aren't right-wing lunatics? Not really, actually. Not really. I'm sorry. Thornbone, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Lace and Tag, thanks for the 30 shekels. Honor treaties is misguided and often impossible. It's the same mentality as wanting to reverse 1948 somehow. The idea, the solution to today's problems is to redo the past. Well, it's like also like the idea of unwinding history, but even like fucking, even people like, I've heard Pape acknowledge that, like unwinding history is not realistic, but you know. Dante, thanks for tier 2 sub. Appreciate it. Also, we have drama. Big drama. Discord related drama. Dan Doxman. Latest happenings from members of JStock Snark Discord. I thought it was that Kosher Kathy guy's Snark Discord. Doxing family members and more ops. Whoa! Duckbringer, that's a member of our server. How did you get Owlish's docs? She used real email for commission, sent her a crispy 80. What the fuck is a crispy? This guy. Dude, this guy's not real. This guy's a fucking weirdo. This guy's absolutely insane. Jesus. Duckbringer, I have no clue. I'm not really up to date on any mooks lore. That's why it's a snarking op extracting info. She's the reasonable one of the Darius group, so I don't know why snark her. No, Lameo, it's about Sharp. I've got a mental model of him. You know I don't want to snark these people because I don't want to get doxxed. Oh. Is the is the ethical doxing strategy helping people avoid getting harassed? That's crazy. Ooh. This is for my own interest. Like, I've got Owlish's docs. I have no interest in giving it to any snarker. No urgency. Maybe something like that would pique your interest too. Sharp is a former pisser mod who hates G&G. Who the fuck's G&G? Like, they literally set up a bot to send random insane message he'd sent before. Would you do a snarking job for me, please? Is this guy Mooks' husband? What do they mean by a snarking job? Is snark like code for doxing now? Or I don't even fucking know. What am I looking at here? So someone saw someone used her real email. Whoever Owlish is, so I guess they got some shit. Duckbringer's saying she's not aware. I don't know why snark her. Snarking up, extracting info. Duckbringer responds, well, since most of the convo got posted, I'll add the missing piece. To be clear, I never alerted any parties with a PII breach that Dispel was doxing them. Only how they got their PII. Wait, I alerted... Only how? Wait, what? Huh? He told me after that he already notified Owlishness, but the damage was done. Delete whatever you have on Owlish and don't share that you can get info from her. Oh, don't share that you can get info that way. Okay. You are the only one. You have no reason to even be trying to save and collect that info. I'd have to go through PayPal logs, and it's not really something I want to hold over her head. Why would you ever try to? Try to what? Hire human artists? Oh, he actually hired this person who he was snark. I see. Doxing is retarded, Dispel. I argue foods on the DGD justification and only personally believing in unmasking to legal authorities if it gets to that point. The problem is that like people do things online that would just never be acceptable in like any other space of human society. Like the way that people target online creators, like targeting people who might work for them, whether it's like an editor or something like that, or targeting associates of like colleagues with theirs, or like finding ways to just like make yourself a presence like on their broadcast and all that shit. Like it's it kind of is just like, if you imagine if you did that to any other workplace, it would obviously be harassment. So, but the problem with the online thing is that like people don't really see that. And even the law doesn't really, even if it does see that on paper, it's like, it's got a really hard time enforcing it. So shit, I don't know. I think there is obviously a threshold to where you probably should get your name put out there. Like obviously it's very debatable where that threshold is, but am I being snarked? What's going on? Oh my God, you're in my chat. Wait, what the fuck? Oh fuck, we got everyone relevant. Wait, Duckbringer's in my waiting room. Hang on. Hang on. Shall I see if Dan wants to... Let's see. Okay. Okay, Dan. Okay, so there's no debate. Sorry, Dan is actually Dan is fine with Duckbringer. It's only Dispel he has the issue with because yeah, this is what it looks like, right? This is Duckbringer. Um, one showing that Dispel is trying to do this and also calling it out. So yeah, Duckbringer is actually kind of fine. Okay, it's just the Dispel fucking freak. Okay, we've heard. I've been given permission. I've been permission to announce that publicly. Okay, Dan, great moral arbiter of the internet, says duck is okay. BRB, I'm joining waiting room. Okay. Wait, who the fuck is Owlish? Is this someone that I've seen in my community before? Hello, Spider.
Yo, Loner,
Hey,
checking your shit.
type shit. What?
Oh, okay, here now. What up?
Hmm. How's it going?
What's your thoughts? It's just kind of crazy, little bro. Not gonna lie. Shit.
What?
Is it Owlish join the VC or no?
They said
With
they
the whole
will.
Dispel shit.
I don't know who Owlish
Okay.
is. Apparently an artist.
So I think Owlish was at the. I think she's like a YouTuber, right? Or I think everyone is, and I think she was at the LibCon event. And I guess like since like her association with DGG, you know, she's gonna get attacked and shit. So
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Huh. No, it probably is a name that I've seen a
Oh.
million times in chat. I just haven't really clocked it.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. Shit's crazy. What's your thoughts on
Yeah.
the crazy thing, Spider?
Shit.
Yeah, you didn't see that one coming, did you? The
Nah, what
reverse,
the
what's
hell?
your thoughts? Jitsu.
Holy shit. Damn. You think, because like, TRC argued that, like, well, I asked them, like, do you think it's like doxing? They said, like, it's kind of like blackmail. So, which you think that's like blackmail or doxing, you think?
That wait. Start that again?
So, I asked Transred Crab in DMs, like, we were discussing about it. And I was like, well, I asked him, like, do you think it's like doxing? And then he said, it's more like blackmail in a sense. But
What is? The Owlishness
like
thing.
him, like the like this like him having that personal email, he can like use that against her. You know what I'm saying? Like in the future.
Let me see. Hang on. Let's look at it again. So apparently he's saying that he commissioned her for fucking artwork or something using okay.
Hmm?
This is for my own interest, not giving it to any snarker. And then whoever the fuck Mooks is. Okay.
Mooks, she was the chick with the glasses at the Destiny Hasan fucking thing
Oh yeah, I'm aware. Yeah.
in the video.
Okay.
Yeah. That's Mooks.
Huh. But
And
so
then I
Dispel
guess
is just
Dispel
saying
wants some like info.
I understand. So Dispel's claiming here basically that he's not sharing the docs with anyone and he's just innocently hiring an artist, right? Of this person who is probably quite opposed to him, right? That's what this looks like. Looks like this kind of like cutesy woo. Oh, I just found your real email for commission, so I just getting you to do a drawing for me. I was just hiring you as artist. Maybe that's all that happened. In which case, is that kind of troll? I don't know if they're just fuck.
Yeah, but
Dispel
like,
guy's weird,
but
man.
like,
Actual freak.
it makes no sense. Like, why would you ask for a commission of a person that, like, you know, this Alice person has some association with DG, and you specifically ask for a commission and be like, and you DM Doug Bring, like, oh look, I got her personal email from the commission. Like, come on, bro. That's hella sus. Like I feel
It's
like
quite odd.
it's on purpose, bro.
Wait, where's Owlishness?
It,
Is Owlishness
she's
coming into the waiting room?
I don't think so. I mean,
She
she's
said
in
she
the
was.
Discord. Like I had her. Is she?
What
Yeah.
the fuck? Have I been deceived? Am I being baited?
Who's cycle dynamic? Who's that?
Oh, she wants to debate about Gaza. I just can't be. I can't be fucked today. There's no disrespect.
Yeah. Gaza? What the hell? I'm a little weak. I mean, we got
She was at
Dubrin in
work
the
and
way
said she was
but-
joining in BRB. Oh, okay. Okay. She's well. We can do other. Whoa. Not Twitter feed
What
live.
happened?
I guess we can take a minute to do the Hasan Pacman shit. What does 80 mean? Like
Sure.
$80, I guess, for a commission? I don't know.
You trying to go to the same spot where JK got shot, Lauren Box?
Sure.
And the George Bush thing?
Yeah.
And in Dallas, apparently they got a big ass eyeball randomly, like literally like a big ass eyeball in Dallas.
A
So
big ass
I'm gonna look
eyeball.
at it.
That's
Check it out.
cool. I've never seen a big
Yeah,
ass eyeball.
it's kind of tight. So,
Um,
Duckbringer said, "Any questions for me?"
I don't think so. I mean, it looks like, well, actually, maybe, yeah. Duck.
Nope. Duck. I think Masad got her, bro.
Hmm.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Oops. Hello.
Hey.
Hi. I was gonna say if you guys have any questions for me, and then I just wanted to clarify one thing, and then I guess it's mostly Alish's perspective on this that I'm interested in, because there's even some stuff that like I don't know about the timeline, like when did he like order the commission for her? Was this like something that happened before because she's been a community artist for a while? But like personally, so what was it? It was the tweet that I phrased really poorly. Let me just clarify on that. So when I revealed these things, I probably shouldn't have just like sent DMs, because that thing's gonna get, sent around and misconstrued. But I was really only sharing this around to show people like, hey, this is a person who's like a community member. He's like, because I've known Dispel for a while. He was like a Pawn Scum person first, right? So this is somebody who I've even like vouched for in the past, saying like, no, I don't think they're one of these people that are like doing these weird harassment things. I think they're just a troll. And even the way that he talks to me, like when he asked me about oh, can you do a snark job for me? It's not even something that necessarily tipped me off at first, which is why I was kind of just being like, I don't know anything about these people. I just want to say that I don't want to paint Dispel as a doxer. I don't think, even in the messages, it's pretty clear, and why I, released the whole context is that I think it's pretty clear that he wasn't going to do anything with this information, and that he did tell her about a potential PII leak, which I think is the good thing to do. But it's just like, I think you said it well, Loner. It seems like it's like, it could come off as blackmail, or it's just like, if you have somebody's PII, don't say I have this person's docs. Like it comes off obviously the wrong way.
I mean, I guess it depends on how the Owlishness person saw it, right?
Right. I mean, ultimately,
looks
if she
kinda
feels
sus as
that that's
shit.
like a breach, yeah. But I just want to say that like that was my intention with it. I'm not trying to, because the reason that I want to be specific to say like I don't think this person's a doxer is, I don't know. How do you guys feel about it? I personally feel like when people label other people as doxers in the space that some of these people occupy, it creates a permission structure. So it's like, I don't know.
We'll get to that one day. Don't worry. That's a whole extra topic I just don't want to dive into right now. No time.
Right.
But yeah.
All right. Well, like that's all I wanted to say is that I hate that this, might turn into something where people feel like I want people to know if people are looking after their information, but I don't want people to feel menaced, even somebody like Dispel. That's all I want to say. But yeah, I'm probably too nice, as people in chat are saying. I'm famously too nice. So
Shit. Okay. Well, no, I mean, as far as the snark shit goes, like there's been, yeah, I mean, I've been learning stuff a little bit, but just there's a lot. There's a lot. So we'll wait.
essentially, so Alish, like this whole community that existed in the Snark server that we're going after, you and Wick and Hutch, I feel like Alish is kind of becoming her next target, which is why it's alarming to me. Like this,
She's
I don't
becoming whose
even
next
have
target?
really like the target of these kind of like this anti-fan community. Like people
Alright.
are specifically looking up accounts on her, trying to make her into the content just because she's called in and like defended people on Twitter and stuff like that. So
Yeah, well, that's usually how that goes. Jesus.
yeah,
We'll see. We'll see.
yeah. All right,
We'll
I'll let you
we'll
guys get on with it
indeed.
then.
Okay.
Damn.
Take care. Spider? What?
Oh shit. So you got the full logs, right?
Yeah.
Of the Snark Discord. So like I think when people say it's from the Snark Discord, I think I spoke to different people. It's not like because the Discord was made back in like what, September, right?
It's like
And that's
almost a
not.
year old or
I
some
think
shit.
it
Yeah.
has like, yeah, right. So I think I think you have the logs of like multiple like different servers, right? It's not just like one specific server. I think in those logs, I think.
I think the ones I have look like the same server, but maybe I'm wrong. It's all the same people, so
Is it? Oh shit.
pretty much. But maybe we can look back at that.
When's who's? Wait, so it's gonna
Well,
be
you
on
can tell
Destiny's
by the
Manifesto.
colors of the names, but yeah, again, I haven't looked that much into them, so maybe there are bits that come from different servers, but
Wait, so like
I
Destiny's
have a
gonna
good
release
reason
it
to
after
believe it's from the
the.
same server, but I just can't really say why because it would. I don't want people to know. I
Okay,
just
okay,
don't.
okay.
Yeah, I
I
just
got
don't
you,
want
I
people
got
to
you.
know why I know what I know. Yeah, or how
Okay.
much I know. Huh!
So if someone paid you $20,000, right? Fucking now, you're fucking like leak it.
Yeah.
Why can't you just do like the goal is to like raise 20K? Why not?
No, I want one person to lose 20K for this. That's what I want to happen. Or I want someone else to start a
You don't
fundraiser
want
for
to.
me.
You don't want like a community effort of like funding
No,
you,
because then I would have to
giving
set
you
something
personally
up and I would have to make
$20,000.
a whole thing out of it. Fuck that. No. I just want someone to be, hey, Lorderbuck, 20K, done. And spit in the hand, shake, boom.
Yo, Israel, Basad, slide this dude 20K right now.
Whoa.
Shit. Oh yeah. Also about the Bitcoin thing. How you think the Rob Nord thing is gonna go? You think your opinion?
Rob Noor's a good debater. People get confused between like bad opinions and clever person. Rob Noor's like a clever person with bad opinions. So yeah, it'll be interesting. I don't really know exactly what
Is he
angle he's wanting to
is he like
take, but
pro Trump?
yeah, of course he is. He's MAGA. Yeah.
Oh shit! I thought he's like a chill conservative like Connor, but oh shit.
No, he's a big MAGA dude.
Nah?
Yeah.
Oh, cause usually from like whenever I see like Rob Nord, like he always be down to like debate anyone, which is like oh shit, seems pretty chill. But
Yeah, he's a nice
so he's like a
guy.
chill.
He's a nice guy, but he's very
He's just like
MAGA.
so he's like a chill dumbass in a sense.
Well, he's like more of a
Nicely.
nutter than a dumbass. Yeah.
A nutter. Okay.
Yeah, he's more of a
Okay.
nutter than
Alright,
than a dumbass.
I'll leave you out of it, bro. Oh shit. Oh shit, I got 40K, bro, off your clips, bro. Not the
40K.
cash wise, but view wise on Twitter. Yeah,
Yeah,
views.
get on it, man.
You know, it's crazy. Hear me out. People say like, "Oh, you have no emotion," da 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 da, right?
What, me?
But every time when I clip your shit, yeah, right, on Twitter, YouTube, or probably just Twitter in general, you have no emotion, right? Your name has no emotion.
Hmm.
Every time I clip your shit, you could be talking about Destiny, the stock drama, politics. You be getting views, bro.
Yeah.
Remember that.
Yeah. I'm just a cool guy with no strategy. That's all it is. We don't need to be the biggest
Shit,
dog in the pound. It's never really been my interest.
true. All right, I'll leave you out of it, bro. We can watch the day pack my shit.
Shit. Okay.
All right.
Who's this? Jarin.
Hello,
Wearing cowboy
Lona.
hat. Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, right. Yourself?
Yeah, fine. You're English. Whoa. Shit.
No, Australian.
Oh, fuck. Weird. Okay.
But I don't know why I keep getting people calling me
Oh,
English.
now I see it. Okay, there we go. That did it. Just needed to listen to you
Yeah,
for
no,
5 more
it's probably
seconds.
when I say it's like clicks in people's heads like, oh no.
Just some words more than others.
Yeah.
Anyway, what's your story?
My story? Oh, God. Where to start?
I don't mean your fucking life story. I
Um,
mean, what are you here to talk about?
yeah.
Sorry, that was rude. Hi.
No, it's
Go.
okay. I don't know. How much do you know about Ozpol?
I don't know. They tried to stop the boats and it was really retarded and a bunch of people died.
Oh, damn. You've really got to get more into Ozpol. You'd
What else is
find
there
it
to
very
Ozpol?
interesting. The current domination of the Labour Party and just the very curious rise of like One Nation, which is like I don't know what you call them. People call them fascists. People call them like a far right populist party, but yeah, they're interesting.
Okay. Um, is it like good that is this like a Labour Party that you want to be dominating, or are they like a Labour Party that's kind of lost its way, or what?
Oh yeah, no, I want Labour to dominate. I'm a member of the Labour Party.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like
Because I always thought
it,
Australians were
it's
like kind
good
of
stuff.
racist and retarded, and then they're in the sun too much, so it's like melted
And
their
it's
brains.
probably more like the further away from the cities you get, probably. But even then, it's yeah, it's strange. Like, I mean, I know I live in Molotov, like very sort of like what's the word, provincial, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's like what 70,000 people, largest inland city in New South Wales, and yeah, I mean the racism isn't too bad, but yeah,
Is
I
the
don't know.
boat still up till is that still a talking point or is that done?
I feel like that was done probably. Ooh, which prime minister was it? I think it might have been a liberal one. I don't know. I know it definitely stopped being a thing. Probably no COVID. No,
Maybe.
I know it started to die around COVID, but then we've had this weird thing where suddenly immigration has suddenly become an issue again. It's the weirdest fucking shit, I tell you.
What, like immigration becomes more of a topic even though the numbers aren't really changing? That kind of thing?
Yeah, although I'm not surprised because like it's just how far right populists work. Like whether it's Pauline Hanson, Donald Trump, fucking what's Farage? That's it. Got that fuckwit's name. Sorry.
Yeah, because it looks like their immigration is actually quite it's not that high, is it? It was
No.
quite high in 2023 and then it goes down again. Um well, yeah, this is no, that's arrivals and on net. Okay, yeah, net was drops during COVID, then it goes up, then it levels. Oh yeah, so you're used to having like 200, 250,000 to 1 year when you had 500,000, then it's back down. Okay. Huh. Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know. What about foreign
Yeah.
policy in China? Because Israel is close to China. What goes on there?
Yeah. I mean, well, that's why I like the Labor Party as well. Like, I could say a lot about China as I don't want to say like a libertarian socialist, but more of a municipalist, Murray Bookchin leaning socialist. But I'll give Labor credit this. They strike the most amazing balance of like not pissing China off, but being able to like call them out. Like they like the way Labor does foreign policy here is it's in a sea of like whether it's like you're seeing everything that happens in the US or anywhere else. It makes me feel very sort of safe knowing that our foreign policy just won't go off the absolute rails.
Interesting.
Mm.
Well,
No, we just haven't been able to afford to piss off China.
yeah. Do you know Drew Pavlou personally?
I have a very funny story with that one. He actually once offered to make me his what was it? His social media manager or some shit.
How did that happen?
Yeah. I freaking made a comment on one of his streams about economic democracy one time, and he just reaches out to me on Facebook. And I was just like, okay, that happened.
That's quite weird. Shit.
Yeah, it was very weird.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry that happened to you. Anyway, the show must go on. We have an owlishness in the waiting room. Owlishness. Hello?
Yes.
Hello. What's going on? Hello?
Hello, hello?
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hi.
Hi. So what is going on right now?
Well, did you see the stuff we were talking about earlier with the Dispel Duckbringer shit?
Yeah, so I briefly caught that. I just saw something about what is your opinion on this?
I don't know. So what I'm seeing here from these screenshots is that this guy Dispel, who's a total fucking avant-garde lunatic, found your real life, I guess your real name email for art commissions, sent you an $80 to make this fucking owl, I guess. I don't know. And then Duckbringer at some point is telling him that it's not that he shouldn't be talking about PII and shit like that in docs. And he's saying, no, what? I'm not actually going to share the docs or anything. I just wanted to do an art commission.
Yeah,
what I've
so
got.
okay, I get it. All right, so basically before all this shit blew up, like I want to say this was like back in like May, June or something, like he asked me for an art commission. I do art. So of course I did the commission for him, and we exchanged PayPals. We did the normal thing, and then I guess now he's going into Discord. No idea which one, by the way. And he's telling people he has my PII now, which is kind of dangerous for me. Like, I don't think that in this climate of people actively trying to dox me, that you should be bragging in different Discords about having my PII,
Shit.
All right, what's a PII?
Personal identifying information.
Personal.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Right. So, and especially when I have like the entirety of Justicles community, Morale's community, Resiver's community, who else? Aiden's community. They're all forever talking about me and just like genuinely just trying to ruin my life for some weird reason. No idea why. I don't think it's a good idea to say that you have my real information, right?
But apparently, well, are these DMs or this is, well, yeah, this is DMs, right, between Duckbringer and Dispel. But he's been saying in Discords as well, you're saying?
I'm gonna say I think so. I can double check that, but I don't know why he would brag about it in somebody's DMs. I'm gonna wait. Let me look at the screenshot again because I can tell if it's like a Discord or if it's like from what I saw, I think it's a Discord server. Yeah. Yes, it is. It's a Discord server.
Okay. Did he actually send you an art commission for $80?
Yeah. He commissioned me for $80 for the thing that he posted. Yeah.
Oh, for
That is true.
Okay. Has he done anything else with
Okay,
it, or is it he's just been yapping about having it?
So this just came up like today. So or yesterday rather. So I don't know what he's done with the art. Like I just drew the art. I didn't really ask what was going to be happening with it. It's basically a meme. So I'm not sure what the intentions were behind getting the art. But I didn't really see anything bad with it. I just,
I know some people are they're just gonna do them.
Yeah, and I'm a little guarded at the moment because, like I said, I have people really, really like trying it all for my association with my very distant association with like DGG and Destiny. Like I'm not even a content creator really. It's just been kind of insane over the past like 2 months. And I don't know why people have to make it more difficult by bragging about having my PII, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of weird, kind of cooked.
Yeah. But does that clarify anything for you, or do you have any questions for me?
Has anyone actually published your docs yet? Have you been doxed?
Like
in the public sense.
a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. some of my docs has been posted, and it's some of my docs has been posted on in my Twitter replies. People have been gathering my information and partially doxing me there. Nothing too severe, but like still, it's information that I don't want out there. Or well, it's information that shouldn't necessarily be shared around.
Okay. Well, I'll keep it in mind for all of my Snark server topic knowledge. Okay, I'm all good. Nathaniel, what's your story?
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, completely unrelated.
Oh no.
I just wanted to ask. I just wanted to ask, like, Israel-Palestine stuff. When it comes to 1948,
Yeah.
do you think the Arabs like should have, like, from a moral sense, accepted the partition plan, given the fact that the population of the Jewish like people was like a lot lower, or do you think they should have rejected it, like ignoring obviously what we know has happened since?
I think they could have negotiated for better territorial arrangements on those grounds. I don't even know
Right.
if they really. It doesn't seem like they tried all that hard, but yeah. And after then,
Okay, fair enough.
I feel like it would. Yeah, they should have accepted it. Yeah, because like it's war should be the last resolve. War is horrible. And if
Yeah.
and also if you're the Arab states and you're making this very strange looking collection of like was it 5 different separated entities that are part of like 2 states, then and
Yeah.
one of the Israeli state, the Jewish one, is 45% Arab, then you can probably that puts
Take
them in a
over
pretty
the other
difficult.
one.
That puts Zionism in a very difficult political position, right? Because managing that whole like that demographic split would be quite challenging for them, and it would all be on them. It would be their problem to solve. So
Okay.
yeah, they should have done that.
Okay, thanks very much. Yeah, that's all I had to ask. Really. Just want to say I'm a big fan. Also, post more on Twitter. Thank you. Bye.
Take care, bye.
Yeah, I'll never understand all that. I mean, I do understand the whole Israel-Palestine thing, but it's also like, yeah, I don't know, as much as like pro-Palestinian I am, it's like, whether it's because like of my active advocacy work I do for like the Labour Party here, or just like the stuff I do for like New South Wales SES. Oh yes, fun fact, I'm also a volunteer for state emergency services here, which is honestly, if I could recommend anyone do anything, it's just like get involved in government organizations. It really kind of opens up your eyes on a lot of stuff.
Okay.
Like, yeah, no, because like you just really, when you go out onto a job, for example, like that's like you start to actually interact with human beings. And I don't know, but I just feel like not enough people do that. Like, especially
Yeah.
online.
Well, that's the problem is that if you had a niche interest, even 10 years ago or 15 years ago, you had to go to you'd find a club, right? Like a D&D group or something like that. Or if you had a niche interest, you had to go out somewhere and find people to do stuff with you. Then that you had like Tumblr and Reddit, and people could start to do things that they might not have an immediate social circle to do with them. But then now that we're in like 2026, it seems like there is actually like a niche of the internet for absolutely everything. Like all the way from weird fucking crazy political views on the world, for conspiracy theorists, for all kinds of like I don't know, kind of like depravity and shit like that, like even for like petty criminal stuff. And also, yeah, obviously in this area, there are these communities that are for I hate this streamer. Let's all get together and just try to ruin their life. Like, yeah, there's just, and people like that can exist in those bubbles for so long that reintegrating them into any kind of like normal society would actually be quite difficult, right? Like someone who's existed for years on like a flat earth community, and like they have, imagine like bringing them back into the real world and shit. Like, yeah, it's quite a challenge. Like the enemy of all of it. Is that the word? Enemy?
Yeah.
That fucking sociological term?
Enemy.
It's from fucking Durkheim. It's
shit.
about like a societal kind of like breakdown of norms and whatever.
Yeah, it's. I think we have a word for it here. Hunts.
Good one.
And it's funny because like the way we just use it here, like we're like, you could call people like, oh, you're such a good cunt, you know, and then there's just like, oh, you're a real fucking cunt, you know.
Yeah. Well, that's a very Scottish thing as well. It's a very neutral term. Anyway, I'm going to move on. It was good chatting to you.
Yeah, it's
Good
good
luck with
chatting to you,
Australian
Lionel.
politics, buddy. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Right, bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, stop getting derailed, man. What the fuck? Stop fucking around. Stop. Oh my god, this DSA shit. Oh my god. No, it's not even the DSA, it's the College Democrat shit. Oh no. When you order a 1,000 pound dumbbell on Amazon, 500 fucking kilos, give or take. What? That's not real. Hang on. I know this isn't real, but I'm gonna look anyway because I am just that weird. Wait, what's the heaviest dumbbell you can get on? Is it even a search? It's like a predictive search because people have tried it. What is the heaviest dumbbell you can get from Amazon? I always wondered about ordering, because I ordered a couple of 10 kilograms from Amazon. And yeah, the delivery person was really not happy with me ordering that shit. 30 kilogram barbells. Okay. 40? Okay. Oh, the adjustables. I've never understood those, man. How? How is it lighter when it's the same thing? Nothing comes off. What? Oh, no, it goes on the. Yeah, okay. Never mind. I understand. Okay. I just figured it out right now. Yeah. Okay.
The Beluga and Hecker plushies are finally here, and you can order them now at
Nice. Not bad. Hey, 7 out of 10 meme. 7 out of 10. I'll take it. Is this from my debate with Dispel? The amount of fucking dude, the amount of water that gets used for spiders' everyday life. Holy shit. That's very listen, that's we don't condone violence in this server, please. Thank you. Lace and Tag, thanks for the dono. Mamdani's video pisses me off. Quote, if you don't agree with my take on this political situation, you have no heart. I hate populists. Wow. Patriarch, thanks for the tier 3 sub. Patriarch, sorry, not. Did you stop playing WoW, Loner? Yeah, I haven't played for a little while. Yeah. Although I'm told that it's season end soon, so I'll probably have to chug Get my gladiator. Let's go! If I even can. Fuck me. I'm old. I'm old and crusty. Oh, this is the Mooks person.
It was text from somebody that said they were in communications with Hasan. I also don't know why this guy was even showing me this text if he was suspicious of us. I don't. But anyways, the phone, it said that he's worried about Darius, and then I explain that Darius is not here to cause trouble. And then this is the same guy that an hour before we overheard saying that he was going to pick Hasan up from the hotel or the airport. Per sec, I know you heard that part. This was the same dude.
Well, yeah, one of the, like the weirdest things to me was like the discrepancy between like the dude when we came in versus the dude when we were getting kicked out. Because the same dude was like two completely different people, and the only thing that I can possibly
same dude was two different people. Who the fuck? Excuse. What is this fucking surrealist socialism?
The only thing that I think could have possibly happened was that he was informed that we were there to disrupt, or that like it was a boss call from Hasan. That's the only thing I can think of, because he was so nice. He was so nice. He was welcoming to us. He like wanted to give us a press pass to stream the event. He was happy that we had eyes on the convention. And then whenever we got kicked out, it was like really weird energy, and it was like, I know what you guys are here to do. You guys are like, yeah, you guys are agitators. You guys are trying to yell at Hasan, ask him weird shit, and like, we weren't, but the energy was completely different from when we came in, and yeah, it was really weird.
Very weird. Okay. I actually don't even know exactly what happened with Pac-Man yet. We're just learning it on the spot. Did he make a video? Restraining orders? Oh my god. Holocaust revisionism, pushed back, Mao, 40 million. Actually, retarded, 36. 36. Don't say 40. That's US propaganda. Ooh, the Hunter Biden Fuentes debate that everyone definitely needed. Holy shit.
Asked me, why are you a Nazi?
Inclusion has been our greatest strength. Diversity has been our greatest strength.
There are these people, and they're just like, why? Why are you a Nazi? And I'm like, no. How many Jews died in the Holocaust, Nick? Are we really having this conversation in 2026?
White people do feel like we are being boxed out.
A 26-year-old white kid doesn't feel like he has access because he's been canceled, and the problem is black people.
I didn't say the problem's black people.
Well, you just did, Nick. You just
said the problem is crime, and we know who's doing it.
And we know crime is black, so fuck me, man. It's just so fucking retarded. It's just fun, like actual wretched fuck.
Crime in Chicago.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
About the Holocaust thing?
Oh, about that.
We get to say whatever we want on the internet. We get to deny the Holocaust.
As far as Jews are concerned in general, I think that everybody in the country should be treated with dignity and respect and have their civil rights.
Like, what do you think about somebody like Mamdani?
Personally, I don't like him. Like, for example, on 4th of July, when he takes the opportunity to sit there with, let's be honest, not a single white person.
What about fucking Donald Trump? There's no ideological core to Donald Trump.
No, I agree with you.
Don Jr. got the largest loan ever given by the Department of Defense.
Vance owes his entire political career to Peter Thiel. Whichever firm is the one to develop ASI, that could confer dictatorial-like powers upon the CEO of that company.
Everything that we think about the way in which we exist in the world completely changes.
Increasingly with Uber, Airbnb, the banking apps, you can't live your life without the tech platform.
Everything that AI is built on is ours. That's what they're stealing from us. I want to find common ground of how much of a shithead Donald Trump is. We can get there. We can get there. Okay?
I'll watch all of it.
This
I
is
will
what
love
happened.
it. I
And
love all of it. Restraining order. Asmongold, Destiny. Okay, this is what we came here for. Let's go.
Oh my God. And so this is what happened. And I do think that.
Wait, what the fuck? They're just giving him Imgur links with like Destiny subreddit. Oh,
Who the fuck calls it Imgur?
oh God, they're so lame, dude. They all work together. Made him in public. Did he get recruited into Gryffindor? What is he trying to wear? Should Hasan be able to get a restraining order on Destiny? I think the answer is no. Unless proof is provided of stalking and harassing as a public figure, when someone is keeping up with the things you say in public, then I don't think you need a restraining order. He goes to an event and Destiny goes to the event. Destiny can't get into the event because Hasan is there. It makes him look very bad when this happens. If he has a restraining order, then he can point to that as a reason. He is just looking for a legal ability to not have to be pressed by Destiny and not willing to interact with him. So yeah, no, he is actually legally stalking and harassing me. It has definitely gotten to that point. And not only that, but he's also openly admitted it on numerous occasions. So I think there's sufficient evidence to do so. I mean, if I had literally done a fraction of what Destiny has been saying about me, trying to identify where I'm at in real time, saying someone's got to do it, someone should kill this guy. Hasan has said enough that is like it's worthy of killing him, and also openly admitting to harassment of this sort. Right, this incel freak who's admitted to being a part of the
Wasn't
DGG.
this kill Hasan thing in response to him trying to argue like logically that Ela Klein was a target? But okay. Remember, on October 8th, Hasan was saying that resistance by any means necessary is international law because he's a retard. He doesn't know what he's talking about. But yeah.
Being excited to meet Hasan was actually one that was harassed. It would be hilarious if he was like, DGGs were harassing me at the event and thus I was unable to show up for fear of my life or something like that. Can you imagine? That would be fucking hysterical. So it's really funny. Are you really afraid of a gnome though? No, of course not, dude. I'm just fucking grossed out by him. And on top of that, it's been 7 years and he's not let up.
He was willing to debate Charlie Kirk though, who was more right wing than Destiny.
Freak ass audience are constantly trying to, intercept me in the real world at the direction of Destiny. It is stalking. It is organized harassment. It is organized stalking and organized harassment. No other content creator has done anything of the sort to another content creator.
Would you say that Dean Withers and Parker do it when they want to debate Charlie Kirk? Especially when it seems to mostly be over the political content.
If I behave like this to Asmongold, you guys would fucking call me out 100%. Like, can you imagine if I was like, someone needs to keep track of Asmongold at all times and put it on a website? Or if I had said something
Actually, out of interest, what are the worst examples? Because I know that I've seen Hasan fans turn up to Destiny's Unfuck America stuff where they're like calling him a pedophile and shit. I've seen that. I've seen that one guy who like walked past Hasan in a fucking diner or whatever and just said, "Destiny made you." Like, and then probably shot himself out the door. Destiny made you, and then just walks away. There was that Black Panther guy calling him a dog abuser, but I don't think that was a DGGer from anything I've seen. Fuentes trying to force Shapiro. Well, Fuentes went up to Shapiro like in public, right? Like not in an event, but he actually just kind of followed him across the road, which is a bit worse.
Oh, Asmongold deserves to be, X'd. I'm not going to say.
Oh, the Kaya picture? Yeah, but again, that could have been, dude, when I've twice, I think I saw one of these when I was playing WoW on stream. There was a fucking character, it might have been off stream. There was a character called Hasan's dog. like a leveled up character, just like his name was Hasan's dog. And there are other people who don't know anything about the fucking political streaming space whatsoever who I've met who know about the dog. Like everyone knows about the fucking dog. It was crazy. Everyone knows about the dog. Everyone.
I don't even want the fucking clip to be out there. That's what Destiny has said about me. And this is over the course of like the last 7 years, right? Over the course of the last 7 years. Yes, you heard that correctly. For the last 7 years. So like Nick Fuentes has not gone to this level with Ben Shapiro. Nick Fuentes has done something similar to Ben Shapiro. He's done something similar to Charlie Kirk, but even he has not gone as hard, as obsessive about stalking and constantly harassing, cyber harassing, smearing everyone and anyone that they're associated with. Yeah, summary of his post calling on violence. Yeah,
it is clever though, because Hasan doesn't do the same shit that Destiny does, where he's just saying like, "Oh yeah, everyone should go out there and harass these journalists." Like Hasan doesn't really do that. Hasan will read an article by an author that he doesn't like, and he would say, "How are you getting away with this? How is this deep state Zionist genocidal? How are you getting away with this, dude? How?" And he'll link the article in chat. People need to. This person needs to be corrected, and then he knows that his audience is so unmoderated and so full of fucking psychos that that person will just get harassed. He doesn't really need to do all that much because, one, I think ideologically, I guess like extremists are just a lot more fucking zealous when it comes to this stuff, and second of all, like, yeah, he signal boosts the worst offenders. He signal boosts that Queen in Yellow fucking retard who is such a fucking coward that he stopped harassing like half of his main targets on the internet because someone said his real name once. Like, yeah, fuck that. Yeah, but that's the kind of shit that he promotes. He promotes the most like the worst offenders, or that fucking. Who's that girl who was like e-begging because she says she has Crohn's or some shit because she can't work because she's too busy attacking people online? She doxes me like repeatedly. But Hasan supports all that shit. He just doesn't ever say, "Oh yeah, I'm like thinking you should harass this person or you should dox this person." Silly.
Moral obligation to bully the fuck out of this guy if you've ever seen him at one of your protests. Don't let CCP agitators, paid agitators, infiltrate liberal crowds of protest. Make his presence as uncomfortable as possible until he's forced to pack up and fuck off back to his WeHo mansion. His location should be publicly available at all times while he's live streaming. If Dan wants to do something useful and still be a Hasan hater, he should create a Track Hasan X account that posts his current location when he's out of protest. I honestly think you could perfectly justify attacking Killing Hasan IRL for statements like this. Just a heads up,
Yeah, this quote here,
be doing.
wasn't this quote supposed to be like referencing the? Because I think Hasan was trying to say like, oh yeah, if you take what Ethan said about settlers, then you're saying that Ela is a valid military target, and then also, but by Hasan's logic as well, like she would be too. But gosh,
Some mass harassment campaigns on every single journalist who gives this guy free interviews from now on. He's talking about me. Someone's going to die soon in this space. I'm pretty sure there's literally nowhere else to go at this point. I'm not sure who, but I think it will happen. It will happen soon. Like that's sufficient. You show these logs.
Oh, these are separate. These are separate dates. This is unless it's like midnight. No, yeah, this is 6:44. This is midnight. I think it's the next day. Yeah, these are different conversations. Is that really like how do people fall for that? Somebody's going to die soon. Isn't this like that can mean anything? Does that mean you're what's the message before or after that? Are you suggesting that like you want people in your community to go and kill someone, or you're commentating on like the state of online harassment and doxing and fucking swatting and everything that it's going to happen to someone? I'd probably say that someone's going to die in this space soon. Yeah, of course. Like when I've got fucking Bad Empanada saying I'm a fucking genocide supporter and linking my fucking front door on Instagram whilst Hasan was still promoting him, by the way. Thank you. Yeah, these are people who believe in killing your political opponents, then what do you expect? Like it only takes one. That's what they used to say with the Christchurch shooter. It's really interesting as well. I've been noticing so many people using the same arguments that the people who defended great replacement theorists back in 2019. Right, I've noticed that quite a lot. It's like, how do you know this came from that community, even though this person is saying like all of the same shit that person is, right? How do you know this person watched that streamer, even though their ideological positions are basically 1-to-1, right? Like but people can't seem to separate these things. They can't seem to understand how there are certain ecosystems that foment this kind of violence and others that clearly don't. And Hasan's is an ecosystem that does. Like, I don't know how anyone cannot draw the logical through line from you are reading the manifesto of a guy who went to a Jewish like history thing building where they were talking about the Israel-Palestine issue. One of the talks was about aid to Gaza. One of the victims was a woman who was promoting some kind of like tech project for allowing it like for funding like tech startups that involve Israelis and Palestinians getting shot. You can read that manifesto. These people of those embassy workers getting shot and having to put your chat to emotes only, and they're all spamming hearts. Like,
you show these.
How do you not draw the logical through line from that to you encourage it?
Logs to any law enforcement guy, they're going to be like, no, you're on the money. This is over the course of like numerous years as well. Many of this is like recent, 2025 and 2026. So for Asmongold to turn around and be like, yeah, he's just like worried about debating him. Yeah, it's pussy shit. Asmongold is worried about debating me and also Destiny as well. Asmongold is terrified of debating Destiny. He's also terrified of debating me as well, ironically enough. So it's pretty sweet that he's saying that.
It's like rock, paper, scissors.
I've debated plenty of people, okay? People far more intelligent than Destiny. People with far larger of an audience. Reactionaries, liberals of different backgrounds as well. Okay? I'm not worried about debating Destiny. This is just something far beyond that. This is cyberstalking. Asmongold knows this too. Asmongold knows this as well, right? He's just trying to posture this way to his audience right now because he wants to be on good terms with Sexpestity. Why the fuck would this be appropriate at all? It's a guy who's like, been obsessed, psychotically obsessed, and has now moved on to IRL stalking.
Anyone associated with H3 and Teddy Fresh still gets harassed. This is from just the other day. A model for Teddy Glow. All goes back to Hasan's community treating Ethan and Dila badly. Girl, why would you work for the biggest Zios on YouTube? I'm so disappointed. No. Sorry I let you down. Oh, it's this the way that people get so cucked by it as well. Jesus.
Oh my God. And so this is what happened. And I do think that.
Wait, what?
Bah.
Oh my God.
What is the worst thing that Hasan thinks could happen?
And so this is what happened.
Oh, this one.
Are
Okay.
you carrying or something? What is the worst thing that Hasan thinks could happen? Are you carrying or something? Why is he so scared? It has to be, he just has to keep me out of sight as much as possible, obviously, because he's built up such a mythical, crazy story about me that any contact with me would shatter some amount of illusions from his fan base. That's the only thing I can think of. Like I said, and I really do have to stop saying shit like this because he does copy so much from me. He really shouldn't be afraid of a confrontation. I really don't think anything would happen. Like, I think it would just be some nervous, awkward giggling. Like, we would call each other losers, and then that would
This
be...
is the bit that Hasan doesn't really realize, though, is that he doesn't really understand that his audience does not care about being correct. Like, they don't actually give that much of a fuck. That was very, very clear in the Ethan debate as well. The fact that Ethan managed to understand Avi Schleim's position on like fucking Jewish history better than Hasan did, who claims to be a scholar of the fucking topic for 10 years. Yeah, no one gave a fuck. No one even actually noticed. Like they didn't care.
Yeah, and they can say, "Oh, look at that guy. He's such a loser." But like he has built me up as this mythical, monumental monstrosity of a figure. It's just like so.
Or even that he understood Mandela's position on violence and the ANC better than Hasan did. Yeah.
Bizarre to me.
And back then, I wasn't as big of a content creator as I am now, so I didn't have like this massive community and support structure.
Oh my God, bro.
But I do think that a legal action is in order at this point, because this is...
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
it's not even for me.
Oh, you know my address.
It's all these other people. Yeah, N-word manifesto was the summer of 19. Yeah. Yeah.
All these other people. Is this going to be like a class action restraining order against me? Destiny, you are now forbidden by law to ever talk about us politically. That's stalking, by the way.
Dude wrote a whole manifesto about how white people should be able to say the N-word. And that
wasn't even what the manifesto was about. And the funny thing is that him and all of his little weirdo LARPy friends that came to argue against me all got fucking crushed against the rocks on my shore.
It was in 2019. That's when I was like, oh, this is fucking crazy. Podcast brought our way out of.
He skipped past Mike from PA Fed posting.
Oh, Mike. What did he say?
Oh, Mike from PA. Oh, wait, right after yesterday calling out my Twitch logs? How long before it happens, you think?
It's so transparent. Mike does that all the time. It's because Mike from PA was tragically born with no personality, so he just has to scream and act like a fucking... act manly and talk about violence. It's his compensation. It's the only interesting thing about him.
What is this?
What is he? I wonder what he means by that.
Destiny, fuck Mom Donnie. Destiny says moving forward, he'll be banning.
Whoa. Why does it keep doing that?
What is the worst thing that Hasan...
Should Hasan be able... Should
Restraining
Hasan
order?
be able to get...
No, it's fucking 6 minutes, dude.
Should Hasan be able to get a restraining order against Destiny?
I don't care about that. I don't care about the restraining order. It's silly. It's never gonna
Amazon settled with...
Senator Rick Scott. Mao Zedong's dictatorship...
The mouse suit. That's very interesting to me. I love this.
Senator Rick Scott. Mao Zedong's Dictatorship of the CCP resulted in the deaths of tens of millions of people. We know Hasan shills for communists, but praising a dictator who is known for mass murder and causing one of the worst famines in human history is beyond the pale. This is the new face of the Democrat Party.
Yep. True.
It's
Where's the
so
lie?
funny.
No lie.
I am not the face of the Democratic Party. And also, you're misrepresenting my analysis here, but it doesn't really matter. No one fucking believes any of this shit. Like, can you imagine making this the fucking fixture? Making Maoism the fixture, the main attack ad in the upcoming midterms. This is a gift. Okay? This is a gift to the Democrats. Democrats, you're fucking welcome. Okay?
What?
You're welcome.
Maoism is a gift to the what's he saying?
Let them fucking go, yeah, these guys are all Maoists, and then have the average American go, what the fuck is Mao?
You're literally giving a speech dressed up as fucking chairman. Like, what are you doing? You've got a flag behind you. You love China. It makes you so happy. You don't really know which policies to defend in China other than trains. You really have not much to say for the country. Apart from a few made up things, Hasan has more than once said that they do like one of the great things about China is balanced urban and rural development. You realize that is the complete fucking opposite of the Chinese communism's entire history, right? Like they keep on announcing that they're going to fix fucking urban rural divides because it's always been like the Achilles heel of the country's entire economy. Like they've always had a brutal even Mao, elevating himself as a fucking peasants champion, had to deal with the fact that the most disadvantaged people, the ones who were deprived from healthcare, the ones who fucking starved to death in the tens of millions under his policies were peasants. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. They still have that problem. But yeah, he's just, but again, it's just memes. Just memes.
Mao Zedong, who gives a shit? The idea that, first of all, I'm not a Maoist. Like, it's so funny that they're like,
I just dress up as him and don't have a single fucking bad word to say about him.
Sincerely trying to make this this Cold War era fear mongering a real thing in 2026, and senators and everyone is like losing their minds over it. They're like, this is they're licking their lips. They're like, yeah, he fucking he didn't sufficiently critique Mao Zedong. It's awesome. I mean, who cares? Whatever. Fuck it. Yeah, dude, I'm a Maoist. You got it. He wore a Zhongshan suit. He's actually a Maoist. Please don't talk about healthcare. Don't talk.
McCarthy ruined criticism of communism for 100 years. Yeah, pretty much.
Talk about Israel. Don't talk about the economy. Please just talk about Mao Zedong. Yeah, good luck, man. I think you just need to tweet, I'm not a Maoist, I just like the suits. God forbid a guy style icon. No, I'm not going to do that because people are going to be like, see, he's trying to distance himself from Maoism because.
And I would never do. What is this, dude? Like, oh, I just like the uniform. I just like the uniform. What am I doing? What am I listening to? Holy fuck.
He knows he got God. It's like, who gives a shit? Fucking who cares? Just move on. Also, it looks good. So the suits, the Zhongshan suits will stay on. Yeah. How come nobody ever, when I wear these suits, nobody ever gives me respect as an international shipping magnate who loves commerce? Like now I'm fucking wearing the power suit, and nobody ever thinks, oh, Hasan is a fucking factory owner capitalist. How come it only goes in one direction? I wear the Zhongshan suit, and everyone's like, well, this guy's a Maoist. Clearly. But I wear the fucking power.
This has to be a troll, right? Like people who support this have to understand that they're just being fucking trolled, right? This is so unserious. Not only did Mao not only was Mao more personally responsible for the famine and the Great Leap than anyone else in China, than anyone else on the planet, right? No, not only were his decisions and the political environment that he produced the very reason that the famine was allowed to happen and was allowed to continue, he was the reason that people were downplaying all the reports because they were so fucking scared of getting killed or their fucking lives ruined by him if you heard information they didn't want to, and for his insanely fucking retarded decisions like, oh wow, there's a problem with fucking sparrows. Oh, let's just kill them all. Okay, let's just get some fucking kids to play games for how many sparrows they can kill. Oh no, wait. Turns out ecosystems are complex, and now we need to kill all the locusts. It's so fucking dumb. Like Mao's personal responsibility for the Great Famine is not even that. It's not even really debatable. Like no serious historian suggests that Mao had like very little to do or like nothing. No serious historian really even debates the fact that he was like that the buck really stopped with him more than anyone else when it came to the famine. And that's not even to mention the Cultural Revolution, which was again orchestrated by his constantly nebulous and shape-shifting slogans and ideological directives. That was like, what, 400,000 people were murdered there? His own people? Dude.
Power suit, nobody knows that I actually just want to do business in the beautiful city-state of Singapore. That's right. That's what I want to do. That's what my dream is.
The thing is, I just know full well that Hasan's knowledge of the, and all of his community's knowledge of the famine is just some fucking Reddit blurb about how it was accidental and actually it wasn't 100 million, it was only 36 million. Like, or was it the fucking Chinese government would, they'd send it a bit lower than that, wouldn't they? I think even the government figure was something like 14 million, so I mean, these guys are building their entire political ideology on a war that's killed 70 million people, or 70,000. So I don't really know where the moral schism is there. Was I reading about this when I was on stream, or did I do this off? About the Great Leap Forward? I thought it was 60 million. Those are much more generous estimates. It was I think it was his name was Yang Jisheng. Was that the guy? The guy who actually used his position as like he had some position in the state where he was able to access archives, and then he pulled together documents from throughout the country on the impacts of the famine and was able to piece together like a fairly good estimate for how many people died and for how many people knew what and for what Mao knew and for why people weren't informed at the right time or why it was allowed to carry on. Yeah, that's he's got the book is it's quite long, but it's his number that's usually like cited as like the more reliable one. There are other people who are a bit more like will pull a bit more circumstantial stuff together from like interviews or from like journalist statements and things like that to try and get the numbers to go higher, but we know 36 million is pretty reliable.
Say what they want to say, even if they're wrong.
What's this?
Keep in mind, there's a lot of incels in this community, and I think that has a lot to do with
Where's this coming
being
from?
a World of Warcraft streamer.
What the fuck is this? Oh, it's Twitch. Is my Twitch on? Wait, what the fuck? There's some stream playing and I can't hear it. Am I on Twitch? Where am I? Oh, it's on it's Twitter. Fuck me, dude. But it didn't show me the full screen thing. I can't get rid of it. The Singapore thing was talking about Pegasus. Interesting. It's just Twitter. Fuck me. I thought I was like looking for an open tab. Oh, okay. It's NMP lol. Okay, okay. David Pacman. Oh, this is his video. Okay. So is this the video that caused a ruckus. I think it is. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's muted. Fuck.
The Democratic Party is showing the early signs of the same disease that destroyed the Republican Party. I've got so many friends on the left texting me and saying, David, we're not going to allow the same thing to happen on the left that Trump did to MAGA, that Trump and MAGA did to Republicans, are we? Republicans back in 2010, their leaders laughed at the Tea Party. Conspiracy theorists, they're far-right internet trolls, they're not going to do anything. And then the Tea Party took over local organizations, threatened primaries, built their own media universe, and eventually were part of a process that gave us Donald Trump. The left and Democrats can't make the same mistake. There is a small group of far-left extremists gaining influence inside youth groups and party organizations.
Excuse me, 1 minute. There's this really weird thing that it's not even that weird. It's just I've been doing my own taxes for about 10 years now. Yeah, actually, shit, 10 years. And I've never had this thing where there was like a very small outstanding payment from like whatever tax bill, like for whatever reason, they split it up, and sometimes it's like a huge amount and then a tiny amount 3 months later. And for some reason, they had like, I'd either missed it or they'd moved it to some like debt collector people. And the call from the debt collectors that they sent it to sounds like a fake company. Like it sounds like some fucking scammers. I just ignored it. But then I went to HMRC and I was like, oh, it's actually real shit. But it's nothing. It's like a really small amount. So fuck. It's good. We are a law-abiding box. We remain a law-abiding box citizen.
The Democratic Party.
Let's just start again. Wait, shall we?
is showing the early signs of the same disease that destroyed the Republican Party. I've got so many friends on the left texting me and saying, David, we're not going to allow the same thing to happen on the left that Trump did to MAGA, that Trump and MAGA did to Republicans, are we? Republicans, back in 2010, their leaders laughed at the Tea Party. Conspiracy theorists, they're far-right internet trolls, they're not going to do anything.
Where's he going with
And
this?
then the Tea Party took over local organizations, threatened primaries, built their own media universe, and eventually were part of a process that gave us Donald Trump. The left and Democrats can't make the same mistake. There is a small group of far-left extremists gaining influence inside youth groups and party organizations because they spend all day online organizing and enforcing ideological purity and attacking anyone who disagrees. Now, let me be very clear. I am not talking about people who want Medicare for all and affordable housing. I want all that stuff. I'm with all that stuff. I'm a social democrat in the style of Northern Europe. Of course I want those things. These are folks who treat political warfare like a full-time job. And when they can't build their own coalition, they attach themselves to popular causes. They take real concerns about healthcare, housing, police misconduct, and use them to sell what is actually an authoritarian worldview. Now, there are things in DSA, for example, Democratic Socialists of America, that are good and that I agree with. But there's also some stuff in there that I think doesn't make any sense. I saw their new platform promises a country where you have no debt, you pay no rent, no mortgage, you receive publicly funded housing, publicly funded retirement, food, education, energy, medicine, transportation. And it sounds incredible because it is incredible. How would they create it? Government ownership of the largest corporations and of entire industries, universal rent control, abolishing police and prisons, and abolishing the Senate and replacing our political system. Some of these ideas are reasonable to a degree. For example, I support universal health care, and I've talked about 4 or 5 ways that we could get to it. I want affordable housing, and I've done a dozen interviews with housing experts on what would and wouldn't work to get us there. I support progressive taxation. We need to collect more taxes from the very rich. Voting rights have been hurt in this country. We need police reform. So there's elements of this that are great, and any social democrat like me will tell you we got to do that.
Yeah.
But you bundle it together, and this fantasy in which capitalism, private industry, and major parts of the government simply disappear, most Americans don't want that. Most Americans understand that there is no way that you could impose that without extraordinary authoritarianism. My one hesitation about confronting this now, and why I went back and forth, is the midterms. Publicly exposing
APAC man's beef with Hasan and the left is entirely about Israel. You know what? Even if that were true, what else? Israel's literally the only thing Hasan talks about. He only talks about healthcare when someone says all you talk about is Israel. Like when someone talks about him and challenges his positions in Israel or his support for terrorists or anything else, then he talks about healthcare by saying, "What? You don't like me because I want healthcare?" Come on, it's you're a clown. You're a clown. It's a clown. It's clown politics, okay? And we can go that way, and it'll probably only grow. But you know, it's not going to fix anything, and you'll remember me saying this in 10 years, hopefully, or you won't, because you'll be dead. Oh, shit, sorry. In a freak accident that you don't deserve, because I love all people.
the rot could make moderate voters think the entire Democratic Party has been infected.
It's also not just Israel, to be clear. Like, that was an even if. Pacman... It's actually quite normal to be a bit unsettled by someone who loves the CCP and loves fucking Mao to be giving speeches for the Democratic Party. That actually is, it's quite normal to look at that and think, no?
But I don't think silence is really going to hide it. I saw a crazy thing from the weekend where there was a college Democrats convention, which I was actually invited to participate in, and I couldn't make it. Hasan Piker was dressed like Mao, and
Let's
I
go.
guess Destiny tried to show up, and he was banned from entering allegedly because the Mao dressed Piker didn't want him there. Republicans are going to put these clips everywhere. Like people seem crazy when they see this stuff, and they are going to abolish the police and abolish borders and abolish prisons and play them on a loop for 6 months. If I were an average voter with no knowledge of these online personalities, which most of these people are, most people don't follow this sort of thing. They're busy living their lives and working and doing all this stuff. If I were an average voter with no knowledge of these online personalities, I would find these images and a lot of this stuff very alarming. So I
wonder if I'll do a little thing. If I wasn't doing my debate, I'd maybe want to do like a 30-minute explainer on just like exactly how responsible Mao was for the Great Leap. But then if you're going to do that properly, like with a historical background, you'd probably want to go into the 100 Flowers campaign. Wouldn't you? Like the whole background of Mao crushing opposition and like kind of like inviting critique against the CCP, but then also realizing that the critique was kind of not as amicable as you expected it to be, and then turning around and like demonizing and ousting people afterwards, and people getting killed and people getting purged. And then, but that just basically puts you. That's quite an interesting story, the way that the 100 Flowers worked. But you basically ended up in this environment where, the Mao had centralized so much power to himself and to the people very, very close to him, and there was such a coarse environment and such a chilling environment against any kind of criticism, but also with that criticism was like bad news. You didn't want to be the bearer of bad news. It could actually get you purged or maybe even killed. And that, alongside Mao just being a much better rabble rouser and a better military guy than he was an economist or a leader, right? Like, just did not know how to meet the country's economic needs. So these ideas of like the people's communes and the collectivization program, it was a failure. It was so inefficient. It was such a fucking mess. And that happens alongside like some natural disaster, and which again was preceded by more successful harvest, but like with a natural disaster, that the entire like state apparatus just has no decent feedback mechanism. So there could be a direction given from the government to the communes, which is given to the peasants and everything like that, and that kind of thing. And these quotas are given, but there wasn't really any mechanism from the peasant towards the government to say, actually, this thing you're asking for here is impossible. We don't have this. We don't have this many people. The weather is bad here. Like none of this information could get back, and because of the environment of fear and intimidation, to the point that like even as people were starving to death in the millions, the state was increasing its requisitioning of grain. It was asking for more, because all the reports that were being given to the Central Committee were just kind of like, yeah, shit's fucking awesome. It's ironic there were elements of democratic discourse when it came to party decisions in the early Soviet Communist Party, but eventually the Bolsheviks just banned dissent. It was the same with Mao as well. Like 100 Flowers was a little bit like that. But yeah, interestingly, the book that I read about Chinese history didn't really go into the fine details of the famine all that much. I wonder if I want to read Yang Zhisheng's book about it, like the whole big ass fucker.
As I said last week, and so many of you agreed with me, Democrats must act now and intelligently. the centrist don't really do anything, make very milquetoast fringe suggestions that you don't even really push for. Not working. Okay. This other thing of like end everything, it's a sort of destructive accelerationism. That's also not
Oh yeah,
gonna work.
he's also 100%. He's talking about the DSA program, which he's 100% right to criticize because it's fucking retarded. Yeah.
So I think that what we need here are no apologetics for dictatorship, no apologetics for authoritarianism, no harassment.
People take that for granted as well, right? That Mao was a dictator, that dictatorship is actually quite bad, that like allowing citizens to have their say in the makeup of their government through elections is actually like a really fundamental, a fundamentally like great thing for a country to have. And a dictator doesn't really offer that they offer the opposite.
No anti-Semitism, no allowing online factions to decide which liberals may enter the room. You know, would I even have been allowed at that college Democrats thing? They invited me months ago. I don't know. I mean, I couldn't go, so we didn't find out. So we just need normal people to participate, join local committees, attend conventions, get involved with state
I was
parties.
just thinking. Tankies often justify the Great Leap and 5-year plans BC in their estimation. It worked to industrialize the country and make them a world power. Then, could we take US treatment of natives the same way?
Thanks to 1919. Yeah, it is very common for those people to just use all the same kind of like logical through lines for their arguments and their defenses that right-wingers do. Yeah. Like you'll literally hear people talk about how like Chinese communism and Soviet communism like lifted this many people out of poverty. That's exactly what they say about capitalism. Because they, in a sense, they both did. Because the common variable there was industrialization. Yeah. But I would not say that about the Great Leap. The Great Leap did not really, that didn't really have to happen. That was criticized by a lot of people. It was criticized by people who thought it was insanely fast, that it was logistically mental. And also, it was only able to happen in the way that it did because people couldn't actually tell the truth to the government, which is a problem. If you can't tell the government the truth and the government's got that much power, then, you know, people might die. Shit.
And let's turn the DNC into something that works. Many reasonable people doing a little can defeat both the centrist do-nothings and the hardcore extremists who would get nothing done. Republicans believed they were going to control the extremists. They were like, we got these people under control. The extremists took over the party.
Like again, it's like the worst part as well, like because people are afraid of being called rightists or capitalist rotors in the CCP. It was like, imagine there are tens of thousands. Like say you're from a region, because it was like you're like one of those collectivist rural cadres, and you're bringing a report to your superiors, and like there's like tens of thousands of people and who are starving in your area, and you can literally see it happening, and there are people talking about it. But you are forced to report to the government not only that things are what you expected them to be, that actually there's a surplus. So you're telling the government that there's a surplus in grain, and then they're saying as the agricultural output is like plummeting, the state is just saying, all right, well, give us more grain then. If you've got more grain, bring it over here. Shit.
Democrats can still prevent that outcome, but we've got to get them to get things under control right now. I've said before, I've never been a Democrat. I don't care about the Democratic Party beyond who offers the better candidates, and usually it's Democrats over Republicans. But we've got to make sure that we don't allow that party, if it is the vessel, at least for now, to something better than what Republicans are offering, to be hijacked. This is about let's include, but not allow any extreme faction to take over. And that is what I think makes the most sense. Can it be done reasonably and without self-inflicted damage between now and the midterms? I don't know. I hope so.
And also, sorry, just to avoid any confusion, just to avoid any confusion, although that was true with that broadly describes the famine in the sense of like people who are scared to give bad news end up giving news that's too good to be true, and then the state demands more grain and the news gets worse but the reports get better. Like that did happen, but then people will use that broad part of the story to try and argue that Mao just didn't know it was happening. So even if they'll concede that it was his responsibility because it was his planning and it was his environment that allowed people to behave in that way or forced them to behave in that way, they'll say that he just didn't know. But that's not true either. Mao was actually warned. It was the Central Committee, the 8th plenum in Lushan in 1959, where the failure of the Great Leap was actually brought up to him. The extent of it is debatable, but he was aware that shit was going down. He just didn't really. He just wasn't, that all that responsive to it, or too little, too late. I'll probably look back at that as well, though. That's a really important part of the Great Leap history, I think, when you're looking into what Mao actually knew and what he didn't. It's this one here. I took some notes on it. The Lushan plenum, early August '59. Mao's future, control of the party, the army, the Great Leap. Yeah, this guy, Peng Dehuai. I have no idea how to pronounce any of these fucking names. Condemned communization, collapse of national planning, oppressive economic and social conditions. Accused Mao's fascist followers of petty bourgeois fanaticism. Interesting. Oh yeah, actually, Mao did take responsibility directly for the backyard steel campaign. This was the idea that, based on this whole ideal of industrializing and building up like a large-scale mechanized agriculture and kind of having them side by side. One of the things was that they said that they needed to get steel, and they urged peasants to take all of their metal items, like their crockery and all that shit, and melt it down to support industry, basically support rural industry and urban industry. And they didn't really know that like the quality of the metal matters, so they just ended up producing a whole bunch of sludge, like a whole bunch of useless shit. Now that didn't actually contribute all that much to the famine itself, like in terms of the numbers, but it was just such a monumental, like ridiculous fucking failure. And again, it's also just like, this is why dictatorships are so fucking like great leaders, because you're expecting someone to be good at everything, right? Like, and how it's quite rare that you expect, like, the things that you need to do to get power in the middle of a war, especially, or a civil war, are very different from the things that you need to do when you're in power. But obviously, the cult of personality and Mao being the great savior and shit like that, no one really batted an eye. Bruh.
See, there's a level of authoritarianism that you're
He's in trouble now. Okay. What the fuck is this?
See, there's a level of authoritarianism that you're actually comfortable with.
Oh, it's levels of authoritarianism. Oh, so when we vote on a thing, then the law gets passed. That's a kind of this is why he only talks like theory.
Wait, where's the start of this thing?
See, there's a level of authoritarianism that you're actually comfortable with.
Oh, it's levels of authoritarianism. Oh, so when we vote on a thing, then the law gets passed. That's a kind of this is why he only talks like
that's like your Andrew Wilson debate. What is authoritarianism? Yeah, fuck.
Theory, not even theory, like empty, bland rhetoric. This is cringe. This level of political engagement is fucking retarded. Like, this is actually lol tier worthy shit. Like Babby's first
Remember that? Yes, I do remember that Taliban guy who was upset that he's in office. The Taliban fighters had to work 9 to 5s in peacetime Afghanistan. Peacetime. And they're sad. Yeah. Banger. Absolutely fucking amazing.
Ardian fucking political analysis of like, you think that you hate authoritarianism? Well, why don't you tell that to the cop that pulled me over for driving my car at 70 miles an hour when the authoritarian speed limit that I didn't vote on said 55. It said 55 and I went 70 and I got pulled over. And you're telling me that that's not authoritarianism? So you're okay with some authoritarianism, right? Like,
True. Based, destroyed.
Right? And I thought you were
no
far
counter argument. Just said the argument in a silly voice. Classic.
More open to the.
This is guy. What a stupid comparison. This guy is not political. Brian from Family Guy. This guy is political DSP. I did steal that from a chatter. This guy is political DSP. This is what this is.
People doing a little can defeat.
Yeah. Anti-Semitism. Oh, mega lol. Yes, Epstein is normal. The libs are not all right.
Is there I need the stream. I want to see this whole reaction. It's been a while since I've watched a full on Hasanathon. Where are we? It must be difficult to watch now though, because I feel like he used to be kind of funny in how silly he was, but it's just getting a little bit minging right now, but let's see. We'll see if we can stomach. Where the fuck is it? Bro. Oh, he does it at the end. Okay. Damn, he's making people eat their vegetables. Okay. Get big. Wait, what? Can I not do like a thing for this to make it just take up like theater mode or something? Is there no theater? Bro. Oh, okay.
Rip their hand down and their arm down and
fuck off.
Throw it into the chest.
Also,
fuck off. Fuck off.
Subject to harassment.
Oh, David
members of
Mamet.
our
Okay. Come on.
They were emailing all of them. They're actually going after other people too. It's not even just about you. It's outright dangerous at this point. You gotta do something. Yeah.
Listen to the whole segment before you send me hate mail. You know when it starts that way, it's going to be good. Listen, the Democratic Party is showing the early signs of the same disease that destroyed the Republican Party. I've got so many friends on the left texting me and saying, David, we're not going to allow the same thing to happen on the left that Trump did to MAGA. That Trump and MAGA did to Republicans, are we? Republicans.
What, you mean winning? Like, I'm sorry. They have an odious worldview on the right. The reactionaries do, right? They're horrible monsters. But the one thing you can't say.
How many Twitter tabs does he have open? Look, that's just his, that's just how he gets his information.
Is they're unsuccessful. Donald Trump literally owns the government. Okay? Donald Trump owns the government. Donald Trump almost single-handedly rewrote American politics for the last decade. Every aspect of American politics has changed for the worse because of Donald Trump. So when you say, oh, we can't let these fucking leftists do the same, what are you saying? Do you disagree with the policies? Is that what you're talking about? He thinks getting everything they campaigned on in a 6-3 majority is bad because they actually got what they wanted. Perfect Dem influencer. Yeah, like, no. I wish the Democrats could fight like the Republicans do. But instead of for odious, horrible, repulsive, toxic, and outright awful plans, I wish the Democrats would fight like hell for good shit. Medicare for all. Housing for all. Federal jobs guarantee. And also cutting all aid and sanctioning Israel, holding Israel accountable, abolishing ICE.
It's so funny that they think that, like, for Americans, the groundswell of support for cutting aid to Israel is also going to carry on into actively moving into like sanctioning and like muscling and pressuring Israel as well. I thought the whole argument was that like, we care about this subject because America funds Israel. And it's like, well, that's obviously a morally retarded statement, but for most Americans, it's probably true. If Israel's no longer America's problem, why would they care about it any more than they care about Sudan or Congo or any other place in the world where there's bad things happening?
Punishing ICE. I wish. Oh, no.
By the way, the only people that these guys are fighting electorally are other Democrats. Like, they only really come forward for these primaries to try and to try and fight with other Democrats.
Oh no, we can't let the
Primaries in blue states as well, right?
Democrats be too sweet. We can't let the Democrats be too successful. What will the Republicans do? Republicans got real Chinese with it. Okay? I'll tell you why. What does the Communist Party of China do? 5-year plans. Okay? They write it out like Babe Ruth. They call their shot and they swing and they do not miss. Republicans did the same. They said Project 2025. Here is all of the awful shit that we're going to do. We are going to Nazify this.
5-year plans have missed. How many fucking times in the last 80 years or 90 years since 1917 or since whatever, when the first 5-year plan was 1928, was it? Or 32? No, isn't that the second year plan? 28, yeah. How many of those have been failures in the last 100 years? Come on. They do not miss. Jesus. Fun fact, Mao's whole economic vision that contributed to birthing the Great Leap Forward was actually partly rooted in failures of the 5-year plan. But I mean,
this country, and there ain't a dang thing you can do about it. And then they followed through on it. It's horrible. It's awful. It's unbelievably bad. But it is successful for their agenda. So yeah, I wish the Democrats would have their own Project 2026, Project 2028, which featured socialism heavily in it. And then we had
also,
enough.
It's just, again, it's funny that he's using 5-year plan again because he doesn't really know how anything about political systems or anything about how political systems work. But in liberal democratic countries, governments pass legislation that does go for like 5-year periods. I guess he means but he means 5-year plan strictly like in the fucking stupid, tanky fucking manner, right?
Fighters that could get
5-year, 10-year, 15-year, 20-year, on and on. They just take action and adjust dialectically. That's what the Democrats need to do, bro. Kamala Harris, 107 days. Whole book about it. She forgot. Just take action and adjust dialectically. I totally forgot that we could take action and adjust dialectically.
Get together and push for that. Okay? So no, when you say, oh, we can't let the fucking MAGA style situation take over the Democratic Party, what are you talking about? We believe in the opposite things that they believe. We believe in the opposite things that they believe. We want to advance the opposite things. But if you're going to talk about success, MAGA has been unbelievably successful. Let's continue.
Back in 2010, their leaders laughed at the Tea Party. Conspiracy theorists, they're far-right internet trolls, they're not going to do anything. And then the Tea Party took over local organizations, threatened primaries, built their own media universe, and eventually were part of a process that gave us Donald Trump.
Yes, that's insanely successful. Donald Trump has been unbelievably successful. What are you talking about? Like everything that you cover on your channel about every damn day.
It seems like the only thing that's going to save MAGA now is if they actually just coup the government, isn't it? Doesn't it seem to be like the midterms is really scary for them. And Pete Hegseth today, we'll look at that in a minute. Pete Hegseth has had to get fucking his shit pushed in by a committee because of the amount of money that's been spent on it, and because the amount of questions he's just not willing to answer that people should have the right to know about. And the fact that they're having to literally fucking try and bury just for like 24 hours or 48 hours the inevitably discovered truth that they lost had 100 plus injured soldiers from those Iranian strikes, after claiming for so long that their military had nothing, that they were decimated, and somehow they can get through air defenses in other countries to get to American bases and injure that many soldiers. It's unbelievable. They killed 3 people as well.
A new thing, okay? Every damn day, there is a new awful thing that this fucking psychopath does. That's success for him, okay? So you know he's successful. All the bad shit he's doing, that's success for the Trump movement, for Trump, for...
He said Hutch is talking to Soy Pill. Oh!
What?
Oh, crap.
Crap.
Did I do this right?
Soy Pill's not here.
Let me disconnect and recall 1 second.
I could just add it. Hold on. No. Let me do it.
Do you know how to do it? Okay. You're more technologically proficient.
That's a sad state of affairs, but fair enough.
I'm pretty bad. I'm pretty bad at this stuff.
There he is.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Well. How you doing, Soy?
Now you guys are gonna get ASMR sausage eating.
That's okay. How you doing, man?
My
good.
experience.
My phone's blowing up, baby.
My experience with the Beyond stuff is that it's like very salty. Isn't there a lot of sodium in that stuff? In the Beyond sausage and all those meats.
Yep. Probably, but it's probably not as bad for me as red meat and being carcinogenic. So we'll see.
Whoa.
Okay. So, Soy Pill.
What's up, buddy?
I think that you did. So you watched the clips that JStock was posting and things like that, saying, showing Darius and North basically talking about how they were going to go. And
is this about the
ask
harassment?
questions to Hasan, like old enough to count, old enough to mount. What did you mean by that? That kind of thing.
I didn't see that one. Is that a thing Hasan said?
Yeah, that's the thing he said. And that's one of the questions that Darius wanted to ask him. Do you think that was worth kicking him out for?
No. In fact, I think you should be able to ask anything. The thing that I'm saying is, if the leader of this organization is like, all right, this guy's coming in to fuck around, and there's not like a venue to even ask questions, I don't think it's that unreasonable to say, hey, I'm worried about you guys coming in here and disrupting. I just think that's like a snap decision they got to make, and it's like, all right, like that's fine. That said, I think these people should be questioning Hasan for being an insane tanky and hiding it at his this thing. You know, like he's, other than the mouse suit, like he didn't nearly go as mask off as he usually does, and I think he should be pressed on that. But was there even a venue to ask him questions?
So I don't think so. I don't think they ended up having a Q&A. But again, the people who were kicked out had been there for hours, to be clear, before they were kicked out. They were in there for hours. They were doing interviews. They even, the guy that eventually kicked them all out originally wanted to get them a press pass when they were there so that they could do streaming. And they talked to a bunch of people, right? And they had interviews, things like that. They weren't being disruptive at all. No one was complaining. Everyone was treating them nice. And they were following the rules that they were given.
Well, sure.
It was
just to be
only
clear,
when,
the behavior leading up.
Okay. Let me finish up. It was only when Hasan texted them that Destiny was coming in to kick them all out that they got kicked out.
Whoa.
Do you know that for sure, by the way?
Yeah, where's the facts?
That's what Mook said. Mook said that she saw the text. She was shown the text from the person, and the text saying Hasan is saying that these people are. I forget the exact words they were, but it was clear that there was a direct communication with Hasan. Yes.
Who's Mook?
Mooks is one of the girls who was kicked out with them. She's I don't know. She was just kind of one of the people there.
Gotcha.
What I was going to say was them being not disruptive up to that point doesn't really matter if the guy's worried about them disrupting with a specific person. I mean, obviously, if they were disruptive before, that would be more indication they should kick them out. And I'm not saying they should be kicked out. I'm saying it's not unreasonable for him to think, oh, maybe this will be a bad thing. That's literally all I'm saying. Especially if they don't have a Q&A, which, I mean, yeah, Hasan's fucking, a big pussy. He probably didn't want a Q&A, right?
All the other events had a Q&A apparently, because he had other speakers. And I don't know. Again, I don't know if Hasan was originally supposed to have a Q&A or not going to have a Q&A. I don't know, but I don't think whether or not there was going to be a Q&A isn't what matters. Especially since no one knew whether there's going to be a Q&A. Like, why would you assume, or why would anyone assume that these people would be disruptive when there's really no evidence that they saw that they were going to be? The only thing that happened, the only thing that they saw, they didn't see any of these clips. They didn't see anything like that. The only thing that these people saw.
How do you know that, Wick?
Out,
how do you know that they didn't see clips of I'm just trying to steel man as much as possible? Like,
sure, I guess I don't know for certain, but I have seen no evidence that they have, and the clips that came out, right, from JStalk were posted after the incident, right? Were posted after they got kicked out.
Ooh.
Does that make sense?
Well, I don't know if they saw. I don't know if the org guy is a snarker and like follows JStalk or whatever.
I guess it's.
But like the stream was
possible.
before, right? That's what I'm saying.
Yes, it's possible. I just don't think it likely.
I mean, my position is this. If Hasan is just tweeting at this org guy and like, I don't like Destiny, don't let him in, that's bullshit, right? Because it's just like, all right, you are just using your favors to have someone kicked out that has no reason to be kicked out.
The $1 billion question. I don't even know it's $1 billion question because I don't know how much, I don't have all the facts here. I shouldn't have said that. This is a good question. Is you should ask him how much of Dean and Parker's behavior before they would go to Charlie Kirk events to be like, oh yeah, we're going to make a fucking fool out of this guy. Yeah, we're going to fuck him up. Yeah, let's go. We're going to stir some shit. Like, how much of that is acceptable or not to you? Because I'd say it's perfectly acceptable. Sorry. Just what people do, right? That's the $1 billion question.
My understanding is that this guy might have had word that these people were, planning to go be disruptive, and that's why he made that call. I don't think that's crazy. That's it.
I just don't understand, and I genuinely don't understand why we're giving so much charity.
There are two sides. Virtue lies in the middle. Oh, yes.
The people who have demonstrated, I mean, it's just Occam's razor here. It's much more likely that Hasan was texted, because we saw this on his stream, right? That someone messaged him that Darius.
Also, wait, sorry. Was Darius was already in the event, wasn't he? I think I saw that on his stream. Darius went into the event, then went outside, and it was when Destiny turned up that they didn't let them back in. Was that right? Because I would have thought, if you're worried about troublemakers, Darius is much more likely to be a troublemaker than Destiny is, isn't he? Because Darius is kind of a kind of a loose cannon, isn't he? Kind of a shitter.
And Destiny were thinking of going. He got pressed by that, right? And we know he sent texts to some of the.
Hi, Loner. I'm in France right now, about to get Lebanese food. It was my first meal. Also, don't think I'm a man. This is my husband's account, but I'm the true Loner fan. What the fuck? Okay. I hope you enjoy it.
Organizers saying that these people needed to be removed, and then they were removed. These people, again, to be clear, most of them had not said anything on stream, right? They hadn't even joked about snarking, right? We had Mooks removed. We had Persec removed. We had Radiant removed. There was a whole group of them who hadn't done anything. Peaches was removed. Like, a lot of people who hadn't said shit, right? And again, other than maybe Darius, none of these people have a record of disrupting events. Like, Destiny has been to plenty.
How common is that in events as well? If you're with a group of friends in a bar or like a club, and someone's being an asshole, usually the bouncers just kick out the asshole and just let the friends stay. Like, yeah, it's odd. It's weird that you would target a particular group rather than just like individuals.
Of hostile events, conventions.
he's never disrupted at all. He's never been kicked out at all.
You're laying out a reasonable argument for like what would be like the WIC panel debate on whether or not this was a reasonable decision, and not this person had a limited amount of information and saw that people might be disrupting and said, okay, I'm kicking your whole group out just in case. Which is why I'm like, yeah, that kind of makes sense. I don't think that's that crazy. But if he had no indication that any of that was going to happen, if it was
especially with paid tickets, that's so bad. Is there any other environment? I just can't think. Is there any other environment where you're like a music festival or at a gig or something, and there's a group of people, but and everyone gets kicked out because like one person might be disruptive, or because two of them might be, or it's so silly. If anyone has any example of where like a ticketed event would actually do this and it's like quite normal, then you can tell me. But it's really fucking odd.
Literally a top-down call. Hasan guest says, "Hey, kick this guy out for me." Well, I don't know if that's true, but if it is, I think that's bullshit. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
you're saying it's more likely. I haven't seen that, and if that's the only thing that happened, then yeah, it's just like, okay, so at the behest of one of your guests, you just kicked out other people that had paid tickets because he doesn't like them. Yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah. Well, yeah, true. I agree.
Oh, I have to do donos. I've got so many of them. Shit. What do we have here? We have Shermaman, Boof Clouds, Mamak, Yingwuz. Thanks for the donos. Really appreciate it, guys. Whoa. And we also have J Blaze, J Colon. Thanks for the donos as well.
England did this to Hasan. But this isn't a sovereign country. To a convention.
Thank you for the $10, Jane. I really appreciate it. Chad W, J Blaze, Bad Luna, and Dense Pixel. Thanks for the $5 donations each as well. I really appreciate that. You guys are so kind. Wow. God damn. 2 goals, Matt. That's crazy. Absolutely insane. Sorry.
I feel like that settles that.
Okay.
To a certain extent, right? Like, what else is there to talk about?
I do have one more thing
I'm
for
not
you,
settled.
Soyfill, if you don't mind. You made a tweet at me.
Oh yeah, you're
I
retweeting
felt very
Fox
unfair.
News, buddy. Come on, you're lost. You're lost. Look,
So hold on, I just want to make this really clear. So you will vote for people who come in and rape your family to win, but you draw the line at retweeting Fox News.
Who raped a family?
I'd vote for you still after you doing that.
You know what I'm saying, though? It's like such a weird line to draw. Is like you will support Blue no matter who, Platner. You will do it in order to win, but me retweeting Fox News to showcase the leftist rot that is hurting our chances electorally is I'm lost. Like, what do you think beating MAGA meant? Vibes, papers, essays? Like, this means doing what is necessary to get rid of the bad actors within our party so that we can eventually win the election against MAGA.
I think it's easy to criticize the bad actors in our party without resorting to Fox News bullshit when you like are retweeting an article where it's the panel that I was part of, by the way. And this isn't why. I didn't even realize it was that panel. But I remember this panel after looking into what they're criticizing. And it's like Kyle Kalinske calling MAGA Nazis. And it's like he's calling MAGA Nazis who want to like institute the Fourth Reich. And so you're
Was he only talking about MAGA, though, or was he talking about the United States broadly?
I mean, I'm sure he was absolutely doing and the Dems are complicit insofar as they're not stopping this. Sure.
I don't think it's just calling MAGA Nazis there.
Yeah, that's the rhetoric they're focusing on. The Fox News doesn't give a shit if Kyle Kalinske says Dems aren't helping us win.
But when people click on the link and they watch the clip, and it's obvious that they're talking about like just the government, Democrats, Republicans, all of it, right? This turns people off from voting to us. And as we are connected to this shit, it's
wait.
insane.
Clicking that and reading that turns people off from voting for us?
Do you think if Destiny called in and said a bunch of Hasan fans were going to disrupt the event, do you think that they would have kicked out all the Hasan fans? Like,
wait, what? Hold on. Are we talking about the Fox News thing?
No, not the Fox News thing. I want to talk.
We're going back to okay. Hold on. You're
one more thing about
jumping around.
The kick out, right? If again, Destiny had called in and say, "Hey, I'm coming to this event.
There are a lot of Hasan fans there, and I know they don't like me, and they're going to disrupt and they're going to cause a problem, and I think you should remove them. Do you think that the organizers would have removed them?
The organizers of the same event, like if it was
Yes.
the roles were flipped,
Yes.
I don't know. If the guy's wearing a keffiyeh, probably not. I bet they're more amicable to the Hasan crowd than the Destiny crowd,
Sure.
considering who was the
that's
speaker
point,
there.
right? That's the point, right? That they were willing to listen to Hasan and just without evidence, just because, again, Hasan says it, no evidence presented.
Well,
and again,
is that
they
what
did have
happened?
evidence that these people were not being disruptive, and that evidence was that they were in the event for hours, interacting with people, Hasan fans too, and not disrupting.
Yeah, but is
It's
that
not
what happened?
proof that they're never going to disrupt, true, but it is evidence.
It's yeah, I'm just saying, obviously, if they're being disruptive already, this is clearly an indicator they're going to. But if they're like, oh, these people want to be disruptive to this specific person, that's what they're worried about. That's a different story.
I don't know, man. It's just like you came at me pretty hard last night for retweeting Fox.
Pretty hard.
And,
That was that was not pretty hard. I'm just saying that was going
It's
pretty
hard.
hard.
Wait, where was the Fox tweet? What did Wick actually? What did Wick retweet? Hang on. I want to know. Let's see. Wick out. Wick me out. I'm looking at his Twitter now. I'm sure he's not posting nudes, so I can just scroll it, right? Did he delete it or a reason? Destiny. Oh, he tweets a lot. Okay. Hamsters. Mantis. Usurp. Wick. Dan. Wick. Destiny. Erudite. Where's Fox? How far do I have to go to get to the Fox News tweet? People tweet too much, man. People misuse this platform for all kinds of terrible things. Control F Fox. Control Fox. Ugh! Was it this? There's no way it's that. That's got nothing to do with the It's like Loaderbox retweeting GB News because they're attacking the Green Party. GB are kind of cringe, but I can't be fucked. Oh, maybe I'll look for it off stream.
Okay,
Shit.
we
Off
hate
stream.
it
Okay.
because we have a fucking conscience. They don't.
Oh.
But one thing you
No,
can't
that's the
say.
wrong one. I want the debate. Where'd it go? I'm so confused. Okay.
Hard enough.
Hold on.
Hard
It's
enough.
not like
no,
super
I'll
hard,
defend
but
Wick. I'll
it's
defend
like
Wick. I said
it's hard for
buddy, all right? That's like the N word for white people, okay? Like if a white guy calls you buddy, you know some shit's about to go down.
It's true. Okay,
Yeah.
pal. Pal's probably is pal worse than buddy? Or is buddy worse than pal?
Listen here, Bucko. Where do you get off? No, look. I think that if we're going to be fighting against, like, I remember when Dara Lisa won, right? And there's all these Fox News articles being like, look how fucking crazy she is. Look how fucking insane
She
this
is. She is fucking crazy.
Yeah, no, she is. But like, we can do that and point out that the person that wants to abolish prisons is absolutely not going to be making our party look good without like promoting Fox News narratives that embellish and make it even worse. That's what I think is like.
I don't think that the article I tweeted, and I have to look, I don't think it embellished things. I think it was just repeating what was said.
Can I jump in real quick? Like, I think so it sounds like
your show jumping in. Hutch, what are you doing? Okay, sorry.
It sounds like you're making like an optics argument, which is fine because I make optics arguments sometimes, and it's valid. But I feel like Wick is also making an optics argument because it's almost like you're missing the forest for the trees a little bit by complaining about the source. Because I think the point is like the optics of Daria Lisa winning that primary are really bad for Democrats because it gives platforms like Fox News valid ammunition.
Yeah, I made the same argument when it happened. You're preaching to the choir here. What I'm saying is like, let's say, okay, you know when Hasan like retweets fucking like Nick Fuentes or Goipers to like get at Destiny or like get at liberals, like don't you think that's kind of like losing the plot where it's like you are literally siding with neo-Nazis to like win this fight. Like maybe you can make these points without aligning with these certain people. Maybe you've like become a little brain poisoned by some of this stuff to the point where you're retweeting like some of the worst, like biggest propaganda outlets on the planet that are sued to the tunes of hundreds of millions of dollars for lying.
No. But I'm saying like, what if Wick's point was like when you're giving Fox News like very valid ammunition, and doing that you're not
Wick,
endorsing.
You can correct me if I'm wrong. Wick, your point was maybe you can make that point. I know you think that, but your tweet was the Democrats, or sorry, Kyle Kalinske and the Progressive Victory people are working hand in hand with Trump to destroy the Democratic Party. That was your tweet.
Leftists in general. I think I said they, right? And the
Yeah,
they being.
but in making this point, you are working hand in hand with Fox News. That's my like.
I would
come on,
rather
man.
work hand in hand with Fox News and hand in hand with Trump. Yes. But I think that. Look,
but what if we work with neither of these people?
Hold on. Me quote tweeting an article that was on Fox News is not working with them. It's drawing attention to say, hey, this is a Republican news outlet, right? A very right-leaning news outlet that is posting this stuff that Kyle Kalinske, Chevrolet, all these other people are saying, right? Where they're connected to Democratic politicians. Was Ro Khanna in that chat? I forget.
Ro Khanna was there, I think.
Yeah, exactly. And so
that's kind of crazy that Ro Khanna was there.
The Republicans are going to use this as ammo against us. It's going to be harder to win. Absolutely, that's the argument. But me, again, you quote tweeting Fox News is not supporting Fox News. It's just pointing out to my audience and to everyone who sees it. This is what Fox News is doing, and how better to
replace all these arguments. Replace all these arguments with Hassan fucking retweeting Nick Fuentes. Or what was his name? Did Neera Tanden do this too?
I don't give a shit who Hassan retweets.
This
right?
is the same
Or
thing. Is what I'm
quote
saying.
tweets.
You're allowed to criticize Kyle Kalinske, like doing fucking voter, not disenfranchisement. What's the word I'm looking for? Apathy. When he's like, oh, not endorsing Kamala bullshit, right? Like, I don't think you can't criticize Kyle Kalinske. I think using Fox News and like these like drawn up narratives of, oh my god, like the left is calling America Nazis, and you look at it's like, oh, Kyle Kalinske saying that like MAGA is a fucking insane fascist regime, which they
he wasn't
are.
just saying MAGA. He was saying the government in general. Democrats are complicit. And Chevrolet has said shit like that before too. You have to look at the context, right? You have to look at what these people have said in the past. You have to look at what the people were saying now. It wasn't just MAGA, right? It's if it was just MAGA, what the fuck ever, right? But they're going on everyone. These people are absolutely the people who say there's no difference or too little difference between the right and the left. Democrats are complicit. The establishment is basically cucked to MAGA, right? I
think Kyle Kalinske for sure would include like the Biden administration in that rhetoric.
He's definitely said Biden. We called him like what, genocide? He did a genocide Joe, right?
Yes. They all did, yeah, obviously. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, like one of my
Holocaust terrorists
is you strongman
one of my issues.
Yes, I have a couple. Okay, first of all,
by the way, I have to go in
you're
8
just
minutes.
too
By the way, to
handsome,
go see
man.
the Odyssey.
Crazy.
Just FYI.
What's up?
I gotta go in 8 minutes. I got tickets to the Odyssey.
Oh, sure. I'll be quick.
Typical Soil running when he gets an ounce of accountability.
True.
I didn't have to hop in.
Running like he always does. This guy.
But let me get this point out, is that you often will rephrase people's statements and arguments in a way that it's not what's being said. And you do it to either run cover or sweep for bad actors, or you do it to attack people who are just being reasonable. And in this case, you are, I feel, sweeping for Kyle Kalinske, Chevrolet, and all these leftist illiberal arsonists by really just reframing what they actually said to be much more palatable. And I don't like that. It's annoying.
I think the Chevrolet stuff is a lot less defensible, and we're conflating a lot of stuff when she says, like, America, which the group she founded, that's like, oh, I support the downfall of Western civilization. Like, you have to twist yourself into pretzels to see that as anything other than, like, what it really is, which is, I want such radical change that isn't going to happen that maybe I'm calling for some sort of revolution, right? Versus Kyle Kalinske saying, oh, MAGA is full of, like, Nazis and fascists. And I'm like, fuck yeah, I'm rock hard. Let's stop these people. I don't think it's sweeping to say that Kyle will go so far as to say Democrats enable this if they vote for, I don't know, the war, or if they fail to stop it. I don't think he's calling Democrats Nazis. I think that's silly. And I think Fox News is
He said that America is becoming the Fourth Reich. I mean, that's pretty. I think you're doing the thing right now that Wick is complaining about, where you're kind of sanitizing what he said.
He thinks America's coming to the Fourth Reich. You don't think he's specifically referencing Trump and his, like, that's the shit I say.
I don't think I think he's including like in his mind establishment Democrats in that. But I'd have to watch the full thing. I had it queued up. I haven't watched it, but just from that clip, it didn't seem like it was surgically targeted at Trump.
Yeah, and to be clear, I only saw the clip.
The Hasan speech.
I didn't think it was gonna be that big of a deal, but in that clip, that being played around, absolutely, it sounds like he's just everyone's included in that. America in general. He doesn't say MAGA.
It's when he will say like the Republicans, but then all the venom was for the Democrats, like the animation and then all the fucking crazy adjectives and all that. Oh yeah, all the fucking colorful language was used for Democrats. Yeah, because again, like that's their first goal is, and this is something they've always done. It's always been the enemy is like the social fascists. It's always been that before we can even think about defeating the actual like conservatives and fascists, well, we also need to be able to fucking spread from within like a cancer among the liberals, and we can do that by creating our own in-group that's and purging whoever we consider to be our out-group and social fascists. Shit.
Kyle's everyone in America and the American regime is Nazis. I think he's talking about MAGA. But hey, look, I'm open to being wrong. It's been a while since I saw the panel. So if you show me a clip and I'm like, all right, this seems a little more like downplaying, upplaying like how bad Democrats are to like, make people hate Democrats. Yeah, I'm open to this. I'll be back in 3.5 hours after this Nolan.
Are you seeing it in IMAX or no?
What am I, fucking rich, Hutch? You know how much
Sorry, I'm looking off screen. Is there a way to block withheld phone numbers? I fucking hate it with phones where you can block a number, but you can't block it with the same number with a +141 or whatever. I don't know how that works. There is a way that you can block any withheld number. The problem with that is that sometimes, like, does HMRC? No. NHS sometimes uses withheld numbers, probably because they don't want like crazy people trying to get them. I don't know. I guess you could do it like... No, 141, not +1. You can just block all withheld numbers, but they send them to voicemail. Oh, that's helpful. Because then if it's actually someone important, then they can just leave a voicemail. Huh. It's kind of annoying though. That is quite annoying. And it's just like an iPhone setting. If anyone actually knows how to do that or has had to do that, you can let me know. That would be fun. Thank you. That would be helpful.
Donate to you. I can afford IMAX.
Wait, are you, bro? Look at your YouTube channel. You're doing fine. You're getting those sponsored. You're getting those sponsored deals. Are you really not seeing it in IMAX?
No, you got to book like so far ahead of time for that. I should have booked Dune tickets like 2 months ago.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I wouldn't do
Max Copland, thanks to $5. Good morning. Can I get a refund on my tier 4 for the time you abandoned us for daring to have a personal life? Shut up. Actually, I feel bad for that. That's not good, is it? Not good streamer etiquette. Bleh.
Yeah,
I would refund the ticket and
I'll take it as a joke because otherwise you wouldn't have sent me $5, right? Thank you.
IMAX ticket. Yes, I would.
It's fine. It's fine. I'll watch Tom Holland's neck. That's all I need to see. Yeah, go. Find me the clip. Play it for me, and I'll let's see if I change my mind.
I got the clip queued up here actually.
You came at my neck.
All right, guys, we are now joining.
I remember the clip. I remember the clip, and I think even given all the rhetoric, still the promoting of the Fox News thing is like you can do this without promoting Fox News, or at least being a little more careful with how you're promoting Fox News.
The tweet police are here. Okay, ACAB includes the tweet police. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
This is the logic though. This is the logic of saying like, you know who criticizes me as well? Like gripers. Do you want to be seen as like aligning with the? It's like two optics pilled for me.
Wait.
It's like the worst kind of argument that you can make. You know, the fact that Fox News tweeted something, that alone, like quote retweeting what they said, that's not the issue. Like the issue would be if they said something that was incorrect.
In settings, then phone app, you can screen unknown numbers with AI or just show them. Wait, what? Doesn't that defeat the entire purpose of like if the NHS or someone who needs protection has to do that? Wait, what? That would make no sense at all. I don't trust you. That's the weirdest proposition I've ever heard in my life. Blech.
But in that Fox News post, what they said was correct, and so I think
it's dishonestly framed. America bashed this disgusting fascist regime. True, America right now is a disgusting fascist regime. I agree with this, but they're using it to condemn Saeed and
The
Cory
Trump
Bush.
administration is crazy, but to say that America is wrong and it's harmful and it's going to cost us votes.
Wick, who's running America?
But you don't understand. If you conflate America with the current administration running it, it does a lot of harm to America. America will exist long after the Trump administration's in the dirt.
I agree that we're better than this rhetoric helps, but the idea that like saying, "Oh my God, we're being run by a bloodthirsty fascist regime right now," and conflating it with the country that is doing the actions because we voted for it.
NHS withholds if a particular nurse or a doctor or like a therapist or whatever, like if they have to get back in touch with you like through their actual number rather than the reception number, then sometimes they will use a withheld number. It depends on, I guess, maybe if the particular, like if I don't know if it's down to like the preferences of the worker or if it's like if they work in a area where they might get like sensitive kind of callers who might be a bit unstable. I don't know, but I know they do it. Like I know there are some withheld numbers that you have to answer because that's important, but most of them seems not. Let's see. Settings. Okay.
And these people are in power.
I want to give
the tone policing that we need right now. Like,
it's not. Hold on. Whoa, you're coming at me for tone policing and you're fucking retweeting, like tone policing me for fucking retweets? What's going on?
I'm saying it's America. It's like, well, actually, it's just the current America is tone policing, and I'm saying now you're amplifying like Fox News aggressive like spins on what I would consider a more reasonable thing to say.
Go see your movie. Enjoy your Odyssey.
Okay. Does he make it? No spoilers.
All right, boys. Good job.
All right. Have fun.
We're gonna watch the Kyle video. Actually, I want to know if he was speaking broadly.
Don't care about the Kyle video. Come back. Okay, that was not that interesting. Let's go.
Is that they're unsuccessful. What the hell?
The left and Democrats can't make the same mistake. There is a small group of far left extremists gaining influence inside youth groups and
Yeah.
party organizations
No lie.
because they
True.
spend all day online organizing and enforcing ideological purity and attacking anyone who disagrees. Now, let me be very
liberal, happy fun, la la la, human smuggling, fentanyl deaths.
He's also not mentioned the fact that you're on the left-wing lunacy thing.
I am not talking about people who want Medicare for all and affordable housing. I want all that stuff. I'm with all that stuff. I'm a social democrat in the style of Northern Europe. Of course I want those things. These are folks who treat political warfare like a full-time job. And when they can't build...
Dude, you're literally a political commentator. What are you talking about?
One button, bro. We did it. Hell yeah.
You're a political. That's your full time. That's literally your full time job. Does David Pacman do something else other than this? This is his job, right?
That fucking laugh, man. It's so fucking infuriating.
Yeah. He said the left is really bad because they're locking in. Okay. The left is bad because they locked in and they have an agenda. They seek to accomplish that agenda. And
This is the Fox News tweet. Okay. That's exactly why we don't like left wingers. He's so obtuse. He's so retarded. Well, I admit it's intentional. It's not really that retarded. Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Ugh. Man is burned. Thanks to €5. I want to share a bed with Crash Bandicoot and carry his Bandicoot baby. Okay. Good luck with that. Can't help you. Yabui Megu. I'm not a Bandicoot dating coach. Thanks to tier 2 sub. He posted this. Okay, he retweeted it. They're working hand in hand with Trump to destroy the Democratic Party. Ro Khanna, Cory Bush, and streamer Hasan Biker joined a progressive video call that opened with the speaker comparing America to a Nazi regime ruled by dead-eye sycophants and bloodthirsty imperialists. The March event, hosted by Progressive Victory and titled Choose Your Fighter, featured left-wing podcaster Kyle Kalinske accusing the US and Israel of creating the Fourth Reich. I love it. And calling Make America Great Again an imperialist, fascist death cult. I mean, true. Democratic Socialists of America endorsed candidates Abdul Sayed, Cory Bush, and Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier. This person's absolutely fucking insane. It's such an unbelievable joke. I mean, at least it's kind of reassuring in the sense that, like, okay, yeah, these people are definitely not going to take over they're not going to take over the entire country. There's no way, but still, it's a shame they can take over anything, really. Participated alongside sitting members of Congress. When confronted, Progressive Victory doubled down, telling Fox News Digital they stand by the comments made by Kyle Kalinske and confirmed they reflect the views of our community. I see. Abe, thanks for the... Oh, sorry, this is a chat. Cory Bush is insane too. She thinks she healed tumors by laying on hands. What? Okay, sure.
Pushing for it. And now, perhaps most terrifyingly, they're winning. He has said that if he didn't do political commentary, he'd be in finance. Okay, Central Committee, you know too much about David Pacman's background, and I know this guy. I've been around him. Basically,
their own coalition.
Good one. That's a joke
They
for three
attach
people.
themselves to popular causes. They take real concerns about healthcare, housing, police misconduct, and use them to sell what is actually an authoritarian worldview. Now, there are things in DSA, for example, Democratic Socialists of America, that are good and that I agree with.
Nah, we just wear mouse suits and support the CCP.
There's also some stuff in there that I think doesn't make any
What's Mike from PA saying? I hate his fucking guts for 6 years and he's Islamophobic racist are garbage. Okay.
sense. I saw their new platform.
Racial
promises a country where you have no debt, you pay no rent, no mortgage, you receive publicly funded housing, publicly funded retirement.
Dude, that sounds based. Doesn't it sound based?
Why won't anybody think about the landlords? Why won't anybody think about the big corporations that are buying out all the fucking readily available housing? Okay, here's the thing.
True,
It's
just tell everyone
good.
it'll all be free and everyone will have to work less.
To have ideals and a goal that you are setting out ahead of time. Okay.
You understand that like every economic policy can say this, right? Like everyone can say, oh yeah, well, even with capitalism, they can just say, well, let's just allow private enterprise to produce where they can actually deliver, and then nationalize the other assets where they can't deliver, and then tax people to pay for state infrastructure that supports the markets while also supporting other institutions that the private market doesn't really deliver on. And technology will improve and AI will improve, and eventually people will just have to work less and less, and we might just all get everything for free one day. Like, it's such a retarded fuck. Like, everyone thinks that their ideology with enough technological change will lead us into a bright future of utopia. Yeah, everyone says that. It's the problem is that it's fucking meaningless.
What feels impossible tomorrow could be probable. Okay. So here's the question. Why don't you like that final goal that we should move towards is the real question.
Because I really want to make because I want to make profit. Because what I actually want is for there to be homeless people so that people can own houses and not live in them and take all the money.
You just be like, how do we accomplish it? Fine. That's okay. That's a healthy and productive conversation that we can have. But if you just cut it down to be like, dude, fucking what? Like public housing? Gross. then that just comes across like you
didn't say
are
public housing. They said like free housing for everyone, as in like the state can provide a house to everyone. Let's. Okay.
In opposition to a thing that exists in
this
those
is also,
same.
Again, Hasan's not actually that stupid. This is all very intentional. He is dumb, but he's not as dumb as he is acting. This is. I like this stance. This is why he doesn't do debates with serious contenders. It's because he can't do this in a debate with a serious contender. He's literally like, because all you have to do is like David Pacman, just like, dude, do you understand? I'm not saying that. Do you think I'm saying that I would not like everyone to have a free house? You fucking idiot! Like, of course, everyone would like everyone to have a free house. We're not saying we're against social housing. We're saying we're against of trying to promote yourself as like the party that can deliver free housing for everyone, whereas the other ones can't.
Nordic style social democracies that you just started off defending. Like, can you imagine being like, oh, public housing? Absolutely not.
Yeah,
Get
the
the
Nordic
fuck
countries
out
that famously have public housing for everyone. Really?
of here. It's like, I want social democracy. Okay, well, they have public housing.
It's the Motte and Bailey.
So it turns out maybe you don't like some of the fucking social democratic policies.
It's a very small Motte and Bailey, and he's just standing with one foot in the Bailey and one foot in the Motte.
Like, which type of social democracy are we talking about? Right? Because many of them have that.
Social democracy.
Many of them have this. We should have it too. And as far as debt, like debt abolition, we have a real problem with debt. That's unironically a huge working class issue. It's actually pretty reliable that DSA has identified that as a major problem that they are seeking to solve. Debt abolition was a pivotal plank of the Biden campaign. Student loan debt abolition. He said he was going to do that. He ran on it. He tried to do it. He dropped it. Okay. He should have been like Trump, successful. And he should have said, fuck it, YOLO, we're doing it. What are you going to do? I run the Department of Education. Suck my dick, Supreme Court. Roll the tanks, bitch. You and what army? I'm doing it. Look, that's what Trump is doing half the fucking time. So this is why I get very frustrated when I hear from people who are like, I'm a social democrat, but I think the DSA platform is untenable. It's like, well, okay. So I guess you're not a social democrat because the DSA platform, at least like a lot of the stuff that they're presenting here already exists in some way, shape, or form in social democracies. or were advanced by, ironically enough, socialists in the past, and therefore it's not really that big of an issue in other countries. Like debt is a major one. Debt obviously exists in other countries to a certain degree, but it's not to the same degree as it is in the United States of America, and that's a real problem. Democratic Socialists of America, with like some exceptions thus far, have not run a single candidate that has run on anything but social democracy, because that is what is achievable in the short term. It's not like people are running around being like, abolish the commodity form, seize the means of production. Like, that's not how Zoran won the New York mayoral race. He wasn't like, we're going to seize the means of production, baby.
He did say to arrest Netanyahu, though. And now it's become, oh, actually, we can't. Can Trump do it for us? Hell yeah. So good. Oh, sorry. Is it true that...
But you got to do
is
that.
it true that Russia... Wait, hang on. Is it true that Russia's debt to GDP is only like 18%? Is that the case? I know it's quite... If you look at a global map of debt, like it clearly shows that debt to GDP is not like an overall measure of how well a country's doing, right? Like the orange is the bad ones. Apparently these are the shit countries to live in with all the debt, and these are the awesome countries to live in with fuck all debt. It's not really that simple. China 88, America 120, UK 101. Anyway.
Because then, what does Zoran do? He established tenants unions. He does the landlord shaming. Incredible stuff. And the way that he, got people comfortable with that was
I know there are other policies that
not
Zoran
LARPing
has
like
actually,
a fucking Maoist, ironically enough.
I know there are other policies that Zoran has carried out that have been quite promising in New York. But what was it? He shits on landlords. Okay.
Which is something that I
Makes me feel
admire
much
about
better.
the way he operates, which, contrary to what the last couple of days, fucking arguments would show, I am not a Maoist, nor am I a Maoist LARPer in general. Wow, Hasan, I'll be watching my favorite streamer, David Pacman. Yeah, mine too.
Food, education, energy, medicine, transportation. And it sounds incredible because it is incredible. How would they create it? Government ownership of the largest corporations and of entire industries. Universal.
Again, literally exists in social democracies. Norway owns the entirety of the extraction industry. It is completely nationalized down to the motherfucking bone. It's not like Norway is Maoist. My man started off by saying, I love social democracy. I'm a social democrat. And then literally looked at the DSA social democracy line and went agenda item by agenda item and said, I fucking hate all this shit. Hello? Yeah, Switzerland owns this entire electrical grid and production. Bro, the Tennessee Valley Authority, we have this in America. We have publicly funded public housing in America too.
He just talks long
we
enough
can
for people to
expand on
forget
the
what the fuck
existing
David was saying.
social democratic policies that
Why is
exist
this-
in the United
Oh my
States
God,
of America.
Look at this Twitch
That's
fucking
what's
play
so
button.
fucking crazy about this.
I can't
You don't
pause
even
it.
need to go to
Hey.
Norway. But these guys love posting about Norway. It's literally this meme. It's this meme. Yeah, it's the socialism never works. Norway's socialist. They're doing great. They're not, by the way. Norway's not socialist. But whatever. They're not socialist. They're capitalist countries with strong welfare policies. Then let's adopt those policies. No, that's socialism. Every single time. Every single time.
Twitch can't stop us, eh? Not once here has David Pacman said he opposes social democratic policies. Not once has he even implied it. There's a difference between social democratic policies and everyone gets free education, everyone gets a free house, everyone has to work less, everyone gets a... What the fuck is this? This is not the same thing.
Yeah, Trump did this. Yes, Trump just nationalized U.S. Steel.
Wow. David Pacman would despise
What the
nationalizing
hell?
anything.
So rent
obviously.
control,
That's
abolishing
that's what I
police and
heard.
prisons, and abolishing the Senate, and replacing our.
Let's see if we respond to this one. Abolishing the police, prisons, and the Senate.
Political system.
Like the abolishing police.
Yeah, retarded.
I'm not in favor of police abolition. Okay. But I understand where these guys are coming from. And it doesn't matter because I'm not crazy. Okay. I don't spend a good deal of time being like, I can't believe some of them said abolish police. What the fuck? Like, I'm not
It's in
losing
their
sleep
platform,
over.
you dense fucking retard. What are you talking about? It's in their platform. Not only is it in their platform, also they have like an alternative of which is supposed to be what, like a very ill-defined civilian oversight body instead of the police. And somehow they also want to turn over all these big businesses to the workers, which would probably use some level of state force. But so the one time he actually accurately catches what Pacman's saying about the platform, he agrees with him. That's funny.
Over it. Okay. Why do you lose sleep over it?
Some of these ideas are reasonable to a degree. For example,
Really? Almost as if there's a difference between free house for everyone, free education for everyone, free energy for everyone, free medicine for everyone. Almost as if we're promising all that, no police, no prisons. It's almost everyone gets to own their workplace. It's almost as if like some of that within reason, like that's completely different from that thing you just said is actually palatable. Yeah, is actually a good idea. But they're not the same thing. Hasan just spent the entire fucking time there foaming at the mouth and cackling about social democracy and why is Pacman against social democracy, just only to resume and hear Pacman say that actually these are reasonable ideas to a degree, which is actually like, that's what social democracy is. It's these things, but, you know, possible, like humanly possible.
Support universal health care. And I've talked about 4 or 5 ways that we could get to it. I want affordable housing. And I've done a dozen interviews with housing experts on what would and wouldn't work to get us there. I support progressive taxation. We need to collect more taxes from the very rich.
Hit him with the Netanyahu being the...
And now he's just ignoring that because he just realized his entire fucking retarded rant has just been completely annihilated. And chat all just has to say, oh yeah, sure you do. Sure you do. I'll bet you do. I'll bet you want affordable housing. David Jew man. I mean, APAC man.
The real make pretend president realize he's just a city mayor.
Interesting. I thought this was anti-Semitism, but okay.
I did watch him wrong, Ben.
That are great.
Oh, because I said Netanyahu. Oh, Netanyahu. Netanyahu. Thank you. That's fine. It's whatever. Yeah, I spelled it wrong. Fucking who cares?
There's elements of this that are great. And any social democrat like me will tell you we got to do that. But you bundle it together. And this fantasy in which capitalism, private industry, and major parts of the government simply disappear, most Americans don't want that. Most Americans understand that there is no way that you could impose that without extraordinary authoritarianism. My one hesitation.
Wait, what are we imposing with extraordinary?
You got to do that. But you bundle it together. And this fantasy in which capitalism, private industry, and major parts of the government simply disappear.
I mean, you're just describing laws. You're describing a policy agenda that you disagree with without actually explaining what you disagree with on the policy agenda. And you're just simply saying people oppose it and you want to be authoritarian. Yeah, okay. How is it any different than when fucking lawlibertarians say, oh, taxation is theft.
Libertarian.
The authoritarian government is utilizing the monopoly of violence that it holds in order to force me to fucking steal my money, my hard-earned money. Like, okay, that's authoritarianism. Technically, they're not wrong. Okay? Yes, public ownership of key sectors is authoritarianism, I guess, for the fucking executives of said companies. But guess what? Many other social democracies do this because it's good. Okay? I'm sure there was a point in time when the motherfucking private profiteers of the fire departments, the private fire brigades were really frustrated that the local governments came down on them and authoritarian style took over and said, nah, we got to do this. This has got to be a public service. Sorry. They were like, no, authoritarianism. It turns out sometimes it's good. Yeah, I know. Nordic model wasn't conjured by liberals is 100% correct. I already made that point. But yes, Bashkar says it here as well. Nordic model wasn't conjured by liberals. It was built by parties rooted in Marxist Second International that, through decades of class struggle, built unions.
By the way, these are
powerful
also
enough.
European parties who became social democrats. These are European parties that were social democrat. So, yes, social democratic parties claimed to be still adherent to values of Marxism and socialism. Yes, they did. Clement Attlee was a social democrat who claimed to be who called himself a socialist. The language is different. By every definition, you would call them liberals. They're liberals by your definition.
To discipline capital and expanded state economic involvement, socialist governance within capitalism. Also, homogeneity explains little. Finland is bilingual. Nordics have their own national minorities.
Again,
None of that
for these guys, again, like social democrat and liberal, like you're a liberal when they don't like you, and they're like you're a social democrat when they're maybe possibly okay with you, when they think they can fix you. Like that's mostly how that works.
Why they built social democracy while other wealthy, homogenous countries didn't. Difference was organized labor and socialist parties, not demographic.
Do you know what I mean? Like organized labor and socialist parties. You know what that is? That's the Labour Party in the UK, by the way. Like their party platform, when Keir Starmer was there, described them as I think either social democrat or democratic socialist. Tony Blair called himself a socialist at one point. Ed Miliband, I think, called himself a socialist. Quite a couple of the party candidates do it. Like it used to be. I don't know if it still is, but it used to be like a test. Like they would ask each candidate, like, "Are you a socialist?" And they would usually say yes. Is it the and they're also a party that's half funded by unions. Yeah, it was. It was in Keir Starmer, 2024, described himself as a socialist. And he's a party that's funded by unions. I love the chopping and changing as well. They'll claim it when they like it, and then they'll claim it's theirs when they like it, and when they don't like it, they'll just run away from it.
Misspelling his surname is anti-Semitic. Okay, shut the fuck up.
Most Americans don't want that. Most Americans understand that there is no way that you could impose that without extraordinary authoritarianism.
I hate the extraordinary authoritarianism of the fucking postal service and the fire department, even the fucking police department and public schools. I hate that. We need to stop with this authoritarianism. Dude, are you a libertarian? No. Are you an anarcho-capitalist? No. So obviously
there's no such thing as authoritarianism then, really? Unless you're a libertarian where everything is completely... This is why Hasan can't do debates. He can't do it. What the fuck is this? What is his line of reasoning? It's all... I'm going to point this out more often because I keep seeing it now. This is the same thing that fascists would say. They would say something like, really, are you against authoritarianism? Who's the head of the household? It's the father. So you support some kind of authoritarianism. Well, okay, why don't we talk about the actual difference that we're talking about between authoritarianism and democracy? Why don't we talk about whether or not there should be free elections, right? Why don't we talk about whether or not the people should be allowed to decide the composition of government within a congressional or a parliamentary or whatever system? That's obviously when people say authoritarian, they're usually talking about the difference between a dictator and someone who's elected. That's usually where authoritarianism is, like at the biggest cleavage between authoritarianism and not authoritarian. Does the state own things?
There's a level of authoritarianism that you're actually comfortable with, right? And I thought you were far more open to the level of authoritarianism presented by the likes of FDR, or even presented in countries like Norway, Sweden, Finland, and many of these other places that social democrats love to point to and say we should do.
So authoritarianism is when a population votes for a government that gets legislation passed through a parliament or a Congress that is also elected by the people. He is so fucking dense. But yeah, there's really no difference between that and the CCP. That's true. There's really no difference between that and what any person with an IQ higher than their shoe size would think of when they talk about authoritarianism. Nice.
Do the same thing that they have over there. But now, when DSA is putting out a platform that's identical to the things that already exist in these other social democracies to a certain degree, you're like, that's authoritarianism. So apparently, you're not in favor of that. But this is also ideologically inconsistent because there are certain things that I know he's defended. There are certain things that I know he's defended, whether it be Medicare for all or numerous other policies like.
Damning clip above. Are you trying to clip above where in chat, in YouTube chat? Is authoritarianism when a democratically elected government passes legislation through a parliament or a Congress of democratically elected people and nationalizes an industry? Is that really authoritarian, my friend?
Like that's authoritarianism. Medicare for all.
Isn't his degree political science? God, he's so fucking dense. That's his degree. That's the thing that he brags about, isn't it? That's his qualification, as he likes that he's qualified to talk about these issues. His expertise.
Healthcare is authoritarian by that exact same principle that you're mentioning.
Hesitation about confronting this now and why I went back and forth is
this was a question I asked David Pacman a very long time ago.
I know the words sound similar, right? I know that authority usually refers to some kind of like legitimate, socially agreed upon dynamic and arrangement of power. I understand that authority is that, and authoritarianism is where there is a government or a dictatorship or a military that is imposing its will absent the desires of the people and often in contradiction to the civil liberties and the desires of their population. I understand that authority and authoritarianism sound the same, but they're actually kind of like completely distinct concepts that contradict each other. So it's okay though. Mistakes like that can happen to anyone.
And inelastic demand. You love, Econ 101. He said yes. I said, for that reason, you're in favor of Medicare for all. He said yes. Or universal health care. He said yes. Inelastic demand. So why don't you apply that same principle to housing? Housing is shelter. Shelter is a necessity for survival. There's inelastic demand for shelter in the same exact way that there's inelastic demand for healthcare. He had no answer for it. This is the whole reason behind why government-funded housing...
And everyone clapped. That's why every country that has done exclusively state-owned housing has been such a fucking success, right? Like in the Soviet Union, where you were on a waiting list for 10 years and you and your family had to live in a dorm room with 3 other families. And maybe you could jump the queue and get housed quicker if you bribed people. Okay.
Initiatives has to exist to normalize the market, for example. The market is completely out of control. It's not a secret that every other country that has some semblance of public housing has a way higher rate of ownership.
A damning clip of Pacman. You can't post, but it's damning of Pacman. If you think it's damning of Pacman, it's probably just him saying something that's completely normal. Don't even need to look at this point.
Home ownership as opposed to the United States of America.
Midterms. Publicly exposing the rot could make moderate voters think the entire Democratic Party has been infected. But I don't think silence is really going to hide it. I saw a crazy thing from the weekend where there was a college Democrats convention, which I was actually invited to participate in, and I couldn't make it. Hasan Piker was dressed like Mao, and
where's the laugh? Cue the laugh.
Dude, this is Fox News, brother. What is happening? What is happening?
Here it comes.
This is tan suit, Fox News style. It's literally a Chinese suit, brother. Do you disagree with the things that I said?
It's just Hugo Boss, bro. Charlie Chaplin has the same mustache.
In the College Democrats of America speech that I delivered, did you watch the speech? Did you disagree with the things that I said in the speech? That is the question. Okay?
Really?
Hyper focusing
Wait,
on
the thing
the
that you-
Zhongshan suit
if
is
you wear, like, a-
unbelievably silly, and you would make 17,000 fucking videos if the Republicans were doing it.
So you can just wear anything then. If it's just the content of the speech that matters, you can literally just go there dressed as a fucking IDF soldier, couldn't you?
Somebody else. Okay. If the Republicans were doing this to a centrist Democrat, you would make a million videos about it. Like, this is ridiculous.
I said,
focus on
a centrist Democrat is not going to go there dressed like Chairman Mao, buddy.
the focus on what you guys
it
are
would be
doing. You're
quite
killing
weird.
people in the streets instead of fucking talking about some centrist Democrat wearing a type of suit that you don't like. Yes, dude. Yes. Deng Xiaoping also wore it, and liberals love him. So they should love this. It's so funny. Liberals love Deng Xiaoping, but then they always talk.
Lona, if your priority is to win elections, beat Republicans, you can't seriously suggest Richie Torres, who's fully bought by AIPAC, is the right guy to be the progressive leader. Oh, okay. True. I suppose when you put it that way, I've completely changed my mind on my position on the Democratic Party and the left. I hereby withdraw my support for President Richie Torres 2028. You fucking retard. You absolute fucking invalid, terminally brain rotted fucking loser. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? When have I ever said I wanted Richie Torres to be the progressive leader? Fuck.
Talk about Tiananmen Square. Anyway, I guess they have nuance when it comes to
everyone
Deng
knows
Xiaoping.
I'm a ride or die Hill Dog supporter, okay? Everyone knows this. You haven't been here long enough.
Anyway, let's continue.
I guess Destiny tried to show up and he was banned from entering allegedly because the Mao-dressed piker didn't want him there.
That's a crazy thing to do, by the way. You know better, David. That's really fucked up that you're out here straight up. OG made a video on the
I
tan
was
suit.
stunned, Lewis, upon my return. Got himself embroiled in a huge political controversy. Republicans completely up in arms, angry over the disrespect.
Called it. This man has been around for a long damn time. Look at this. 2014.
This is over.
Look at that.
This is over Obama wearing a tan suit. Okay. Hey.
That the president had the audacity to commit against them. And what this was President Obama wore a tan suit.
Oh, that's it, David. I'm leaving the country. I'm defecting to North Korea.
Republican Congressman Peter King went on an extended
Absolutely
rant about
ridiculous.
President Obama's decision
Bro, if you were a thobe, will they say you're MBS? Yes. Anyway, nasty thing for him to do is to make it seem to his own audience that the guy who spent the last fucking 7 years stalking the living fuck out of me.
I love how he thinks that liberals like Deng Xiaoping as well. Liberals just see Deng Xiaoping as like a lesser evil than Mao. Like that's really all that is. Or again, it's that really loosey-goosey definition of liberal where it's everyone from left social democrat all the way up until like Thatcher and Reagan. And we'll just chop and change and use it like pejoratively whenever it pleases us.
Who has actively said that I deserve death, that I have made statements that are worthy of killing, okay? Worthy of killing me. Guy who has openly demanded people in his community stalk me everywhere I go. Guy who has said I should be bullied and humiliated and yelled at if I'm going out to protest. I'm sorry, David Pakman, you know that shit, okay? You know he's been doing that. And if David doesn't know that, he should hear about it, okay? Because that's crazy. David Pakman, I don't think you are in favor.
Which I'm stealing partially from chat. Yeah, now I understand why they defended Plattner for so long, because people getting riled up over his Nazi tattoo are kind of the same as Republicans who had an issue with Obama wearing a tan suit. That actually is the same, isn't it? Because they're both, just something that you wear, I guess, if you wear a tattoo. What? You think there's a Nazi tattoo policy? You think I'm gonna give these to everyone? What? Are you stupid?
Of the targeted harassment that this fucking sex pest has conducted over the last 7 years. Because if you were aware of it and you're still making this video, that is the most disingenuous thing I've ever heard from you. It's worse than when you said, I don't know what IEPAC is. Okay? I don't know what IEPAC is. What is that? Those guys literally filmed themselves with their intent to disrupt an event that they were not invited to. They filmed the entire process. There's videos of it everywhere. Okay? That's crazy. I don't think you want to be running around defending a guy who has an active court case distributing revenge porn. Okay? Yeah, that guy, his guy Darius is threatening to go to people's houses. Yeah, one of the guys, one of his fucking friends, unironically is now talking about moving to Los Angeles to stalk me more efficiently. That guy who has actually received a restraining order from his ex. Come on, man. Come on, David. We've always had our disagreements, but I've always been cordial because David's been cordial. This is definitely, I don't think David, I'm going to be charitable. I'm going to go ahead and say, I don't think David knows the extent of the madness presented by this cult. Okay? I'm going to be charitable and I'm going to say that because if he did, he probably would not be defending this. Bro, come the fuck on. Okay, guys, just be fucking tactical. Oh my God, shut the fuck up.
Republicans are going to put these clips everywhere. Like, people seem crazy when they see this stuff. And they are...
Really, they did. They did put the clips everywhere. We saw on Facebook, people fucking seemingly loved how stupid it was. They did this exact same thing to Fox News. Oh, another Tansu controversy. So why don't you feel that way? Why don't you feel that way, David? Why don't you feel that way? That you know, that the Republicans are manufacturing outrage again? Republicans manufacture outrage professionally. Perhaps it's because you also, not dissimilar to the Republicans, find my kind of politics to be repulsive, dangerous, bad. Perhaps there is a disagreement here that goes beyond reason from your perspective. I don't know what it's about. Probably has a lot to do with foreign policy, because that was the one major avenue of disagreement between myself and David Pakman, whether it be Bolivia or numerous other instances where he took a State Department adjacent position where I did not.
Going to take, abolish the police and abolish borders and abolish prisons and play them on a loop for 6 months. If
I didn't say that. I didn't say abolish borders on that speech. I didn't say abolish prisons on that speech. I want to put motherfuckers in prison. Make no mistake. There's a lot of motherfuckers that need to go to prison, okay? Many of them ICE agents, actually, and people who are in this current government. They need to go to jail. So I'm not abolishing prisons at all, okay? I'm not in favor of that at all. I want to put motherfuckers in prison, the right kind of people in prison, okay? So make no mistake, David.
Landlords.
Never said abolish prisons.
Unless they're nice landlords who hate Israel or some shit.
He did not play the speech. Is the narrative being set? Yeah. I didn't say abolish borders. I didn't say abolish prisons. I didn't say none of that. I said abolish ICE. Maybe he has a disagreement with that. I don't know. But I took it one step further. I said punish ICE, abolish ICE, but also, you know, hold them accountable.
I were an average voter with no knowledge of these online personalities, which most of these people are. Most people don't follow this sort of thing. They're busy living their lives and working and doing all this stuff. If I were an average voter with no knowledge of these online personalities, I would find these images and a lot of this stuff very alarming. So as I said last week, and so many of you agreed with me, Democrats must act now and intelligently. The centrists don't really do anything, make very milquetoast fringe suggestions that you don't even really push for. Not working. Okay. This other thing of like end everything, it's a sort of destructive accelerationism. That's also not going to work. So I think that what we need here are no apologetics for dictatorship, no apologetics for authoritarianism, no harassment, no anti-Semitism, no allowing online factions to decide which liberals may enter the room. You know, what would I even have been allowed at that college Democrats thing? They invited me months ago. I don't know. I mean, I couldn't go, so we didn't find out. So we just need normal people to participate, join local committees, attend conventions, get involved with state parties, and let's turn the DNC into something that works. Many reasonable people doing a little can defeat both the centrist do-nothings and the hardcore extremists who would get...
Bro. He's trying to play the victim and he didn't even go, yeah, bro, you were invited. Clearly, they don't fucking hate liberals. What do you mean? Like, Jamie Raskin was a speaker at this thing, right? Like, the idea that the Young College Democrats of America, the College Democrats of America is some radical fucking organization is ridiculous. I am probably the most radical person that they allowed to speak at the event. Most of the other people are just like regular Democrats. You were invited to it. You chose not to go. You had other obligations. That's fine. But like very clearly, it's not a anti-liberal space at all. It's not an illiberal space at all. There's many different ideologies, and sucks for you that, you know, my worldview is also being represented more and more within the Democratic Party. He's saying that Destiny should have been let in. Yes, the reason why I'm bringing up the fact that he was invited and Destiny was not let in is because I don't think David Pacman would ever be so fucking stupid as to literally live stream himself and his weird psychopathic restraining order having besties openly film themselves with their intent to disrupt a speaking engagement. Okay? Because obviously if I were to do that and I got fucking, you know, stopped, I would understand why. Okay?
Nothing done. Republicans believed they were going to control the extremists. They were like, we got these people under control. The extremists took over the party. Democrats can still...
I love how much of a centrist he is that he's trying to create a second center. He's like, no, I don't like the centrists either, but we got to find a center between the centrists and the left, the extreme left. So he talks about the harassment you got, but also that you are Mao who prevented D from being there. Makes zero sense. Yeah, none of it makes sense.
Prevent that outcome. But we've got to get them to get things under control right now. I've said before, I've never been a Democrat. I don't care about the Democratic Party beyond who offers the better candidates. And usually it's Democrats over Republicans. But we've got to make sure that we don't allow that party, if it is the vessel, at least for now, to something better than what Republicans are offering, to be hijacked. This is about
Again, big dog. Timeline of what caused him to be banned from the event. Someone made this is very helpful. His location should be publicly available at all times while he's streaming. If Dan wants to do something useful and still be a Hasan hater, yeah, someone should send this to David Pacman, to be like, hey man, do you think this is defensible? Yeah, saying stuff like, just a heads up, I'm gonna be doing some mass harassment campaigns on every single journalist who gives this guy free interviews from now on. Is the College Democratic event today open to the public? Smile. This is the fucking this is the guy that's a part of his cult.
Doesn't he love
this is him harassing other people.
Oh yeah, they do like that.
Yeah, doing fucking harassment campaigns against Destiny's enemies, like trying to get physically in their space. And here he is,
that's
filming himself with intent to fucking.
What the fuck happened there? That's like the point I was making earlier. If Darius is like the liability, because he actually is kind of weird, like. Wouldn't you just ban the one person? Like you do in every other kind of scenario where there's a paid and ticketed event? Again, because it's not like it wasn't like an invites scheme. I don't know. Also, I don't know why the fuck that closed. But we got the end of the Deepak bit. That's all good. That's fucking brilliant, man. How long before it happens? Oh, Mike. He's so alpha. How long before that couch gets what's coming to him? They threaten Pacman because they think that he can be bullied. They probably think anyone can be bullied, to be honest. To be fair, What was Hasan yapping about halfway through that? Honestly, lost concentration. No way. What am I looking at here? How much longer than the 5-minute video was that rant? I mean, talking for a while is fine. It's just, he just says, he refutes arguments that aren't being made, which is like the stupidest thing. I noticed he did that when he was reacting to my videos as well. He just kind of, but he's doing that on purpose. He's just picking like a key word so that he can go on some kind of like pre-written script that he was going to say anyway and just pretend he's like, and just do it with the right kind of tone and like does he really think that I'm really saying, I just have a bit of this inflection so that it seems like I'm really ridiculing what the person's saying? And he just kind of does it like that, you know? It's all just a show. It's just all aesthetic nonsense. Okay. I want to see Hegseth. We missed that. Where is it? There's like a half an hour highlight reel of this, isn't there? For Hegseth getting absolutely destroyed by the Congressional Committee. Pete! Fire moments. There we go.
Sure, they never get a nuclear weapon, Senator.
I want to watch the 30-minute one. I think it's going to be cute. Poor
It's
little Pete. Give me the fucking slider. Hey! It's fine. It's fine. We're good. All right. Be right back. I'm going to get my drink and then we're going to watch good old Pete. Okay. Take care. Bye. Sorry. Muted. Sorry. We are back. Back. Fiery moments. Pete Hegseth grilled on Iran war funding, leadership. MS Now highlights. He's incredibly shiny, isn't it? I feel so weird saying this because I've just said it, but I was muted. He's so shiny. Look at him. You know there's a problem when your slick back hair is just as shiny as your face is. That's not good. He's in trouble, bro. He's sweating. He's fucked. He'll never get out of this pickle. He'll never manage this level of accountability. No way. He'll have to reassess all of his life choices and his conduct after he's given a telling off by these people.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our witnesses here today. I want to begin by first echoing my colleagues' comments that we've heard throughout the hearing here, and join them in mourning the loss of American service members who were killed in action these last few days. My thoughts are with their families, with a service member who remains missing, and with all those injured during the strikes. And I will continue to pray for their families. Secretary Hegseth, over the course of the war with Iran, I have repeatedly expressed concerns regarding the administration's lack of a winning strategy and repeated contradictions about the state of the war. It frankly doesn't help that you and your president continues to mislead the American people. You and the president have repeatedly said that the war, as we've heard over and over again, is almost over or already won. In fact, the president alone has said the war is almost over more than 30 times.
Hey, let's go.
On March 1st, the president said we'll be done in 4 or 5 weeks. On March 9th, he said the war was very complete. On
2
April
weeks.
8th, he
Two
declared
Donalds.
total and complete victory, 100%, no question about it. On the same day, you declared Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory on the battlefield, a capital V military victory by any measure. And yet today, July 21st, we have soldiers whose remains are sadly going to be returned to their deeply grieving families tomorrow. Clearly, the war is not over yet. After months of conflict, our strategy to win remains unclear. I have long said the United States has the strongest military in history in the world, and I have no doubt that our brave service members can execute any mission and prevail in any battle. But without a clear winning strategy, we're at risk of being in another forever war that'll put our service members in continued harm's way and continue to cost taxpayers billions of dollars. Secretary Hegseth, despite your failure to win this war, you are back now before Congress asking for almost $70 billion in additional funding. You're asking the American people
That's
for
a lot of
blank
money.
check because once again, the Trump administration's efforts have been an utter and complete failure to win this war to this point. So my question for you, sir, is how is your strategy different than what we've seen in the past? So far, we have not seen a strategy that's been successful. You mentioned nuclear material as the primary goal of the war. It still exists. We haven't dealt with that issue yet. You talk about the destruction of missiles, and yet the missiles that we saw hit recent targets are actually somehow more lethal, more deadly, more maneuverable than what we have seen in the past. So they're obviously improving their munitions. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed, reminding everybody it was open before the war. Prices were lower for everybody until the war, and it still remains closed. And of course, tragically, people, service members, our warfighters, who we care deeply about, are still dying. So what's different? Mr. Hegseth, Secretary Hegseth.
I think your characterization of this incredible effort as a failure is reckless. I think it's irresponsible. I think it smears the sacrifice of the troops that are out there making on behalf of the American people to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. Shame on you and others who call this a quagmire and a failure, and then you want to turn around and say you support the warfighter. Either you do or you don't.
Is the nuclear
You
material...
can support the warfighter, but not the fucking war, retard. Like, what the fuck? You can support American soldiers and not support the leaders who are leading them into a quagmire.
Still there,
I can
sir?
get you a ticket out to CENTCOM and talk to what those Americans are doing and how committed they are to this effort and how they want to ensure that Iran never threatens their families with a nuclear weapon. That's the kind of intensity that our warfighters have about making sure that Iran isn't capable of doing that.
Secretary Hegseth, if you listen to my comments, you would have heard me say how amazing our warfighters are.
I heard failure. And the word heard. I heard exactly
I will
what you
tell
said.
you how I use the
Heard
word
exactly
failure
what you
because
said.
I use the word failure to their leaders. You, sir, are the failure, not the men and women who are on that front line, not the men and women who hold up their honor with distinction.
Dipshit.
But if there's a lack of a winning strategy, they're in harm's way. Their leaders have failed them. And that's what's happening. We have political leadership. You don't have a strategy.
Bill Hicks took the true patriot position for the war, but against the troops. What? Okay.
You don't have a long-term plan to actually win this war. Win the war. The men and women are going to be able to do it, but they need to have leadership. When will you show leadership? When will you show
Why don't you
leadership?
show some leadership?
Of course we have leadership. I'm giving everyone testosterone injections. I'm getting the T count up. I'm frisking their balls in inspection. Personally. Sorry, before we finish this, connections. Okay. White Stripes is a band. Hives is a band. It's not going to be. Strokes. Oh, is it bands? But what's the other one? I don't know. The Score is a band, but I don't think they're very well known. I don't even remember if they actually are. I'm just got that in my head. Redness, itching. Okay, wait. White Stripes, Hives, Snaps, Par. Redness, Rash, Hooves, Hole. Pins, Vines, Mane, Tail. Itching, Tweets, Score, Strokes. Rash, redness. His hives like a itching, but is hives, is that like a medical thing? Why do I feel like it is? I have no idea if snaps are, even though it sounds like it might be. Tweets, no. Strokes, no. Not sure. Okay. Tail, mane. Could be homonyms because mane. I don't know what else would be there. Rash. White Stripes, hives, strokes. Nah. Wait, White Stripes. It's a sport thing. It's a fucking sports thing. Score. Like a scoreboard, like a White Stripes, score, pins. Par is a golf thing, but it could also. Par, score, hole, pins. I don't know where pins would be there. Snaps. I'm not sure about snaps and tweets. Animal noises. Snaps, tweets, hooves. Is hooves a noise though? Oh, a score can also be like a cut across. So it can be like strokes, a score, but it's why strokes plural. Fuck! Let's just try redness, rash, itching. Snaps? I don't know. Is it hives? Otherwise, we're really fucked. Okay, good. Allergic reaction. Okay. I thought hives was a medical thing. Okay. Score and par. Tail? My tail end. This is bad. Oh, vines, tweets, snaps. Oh, come on, Pinterest. Haha. I don't use vines or snap or Pinterest though, so I wouldn't know. Shit. Okay. Par, hole. Two of these other ones are fucking golf ones. Score, I think, probably is white stripes. Oh wait. It's a fucking animal. Zebra. Hey, let's go. Get fucked. Die, all of you. Jokingly, with love. Okay. Pete. Smeg meth.
Stand up for your fellow Democrats who won't fund the troops, who stand and play partisan politics while you don't give us the money. You want to stand up here and talk about the troops? You won't show any political courage to actually fund our department because you have Trump derangement syndrome and can't actually commit to anything meaningful. So I put this on you, sir.
Tell me he has low testosterone, Pete. Do it.
Secretary Hegseth, you have trillions, you have over $1 trillion. You're asking for $1.5 trillion. It's not a question of money. It's a question of leadership and understanding what it takes to actually win.
Political cowardice of Democrats who won't fund the troops.
Senator's time has expired. This
received a record $839 billion for fiscal year 2026, more money than you asked for last year. Combined, that is a $1 trillion budget for the year. And as I already mentioned, your department has yet to spend half of the reconciliation funds. And despite that, you are here today asking for tens of billions of dollars more for things that you've already asked for in your FY27 request or that have nothing to do with Iran. This administration has tried to sell this as an emergency request, but it may be better understood as an attempt to skirt the normal appropriations process. Here are just a few of the things requested in this Iran supplemental. $800 million for the National Guard to patrol D.C. even longer. Over $1 billion for the Army to patrol the southern border, which is DHS's job. $900 million to support the administration's illegal boat strikes in the Caribbean. Over $18 billion for munitions, which you've already requested in your FY27 budget request.
Where's the ammunition?
$1.7 billion to pay for your decision to recruit more people than the services need, which was not contemplated by the FY26 funding bill Congress recently passed. Now, you've already submitted a reprogramming request on this that our subcommittee is considering now, which really underscores the point I made.
Are they going to keep those National Guard there all the way up until the next election? So that, I don't even know what. So in case the Democrats riot when Republicans win again, when J.D. Vance supersedes Donald Trump.
My opening remarks that the problem is not a lack of money, but poor planning. So I'll be blunt. The truth is your request does not make a lot of sense. So let me ask you a simple question. Why exactly are billions of dollars more for the National Guard and this administration's illegal strikes in the Caribbean urgently needed for the Iran war?
Good question.
Well, Senator, I wouldn't, of course, agree with your characterization, but why this kind of spending is needed is because of the gross negligence and neglect of the Biden administration inside our department. Ran it like a bureaucracy, abandoned our strength posture around the world, so we're having to reestablish deterrence. You mentioned the end strength numbers, and I will acknowledge that we are ahead of schedule on end strength in recruiting. 8,000 in the Navy, 6,000 in the Army, 4,000 in the Air Force. Because under President Trump, there's been record and historic over 30-year recruiting records inside our department since he won the election because the American people didn't want to sign up for what Joe Biden was providing our military.
Let me
and they want to sign up for what President Trump is doing in his leadership. And so those are good problems to have that we need to fund and a reflection of momentum. And this budget will allow us to continue the kind of momentum that gets us ahead.
My point is that a lot of this request does not feel like an emergency. And let me move on. Secretary Hegseth, like most Americans, I've had a lot of trouble following this administration's contradictory statements about the war. On April 8th, you said, and I quote, their missile program is functionally destroyed, launchers, production facilities, and existing stockpiles depleted and decimated and almost completely ineffective. Mr. Secretary, Iran has been firing at U.S. military bases in the region and its ships for the last week. How is it possible, if their capabilities were, quote, functionally destroyed 3 months earlier, as you claimed, for them to be doing this?
How dare you try to get clips out of, I don't know, what's he going to say?
Senator, Iran is at the weakest point militarily it has ever been in the past decade, certainly maybe in 47 years, as they've gathered effectively a terror army. And that terror army was built to try to create conventional capabilities to defend against a pursuit of nuclear weapons, which meant thousands of ballistic missiles, many of which we have destroyed, others of which they have put inside facilities and hidden in underground facilities. That's what terror regimes would do. So I acknowledge they still have capabilities, no doubt. But the amount of damage that we've done to them over the course of these series of operations has put them in the worst place they've ever been.
Okay, well, let me move on. On May 5th, you claimed that Iran doesn't control the strait, and you said that there was a, quote, powerful red, white, and blue dome over the strait. If that was true, how did Iran shrink ship traffic in the strait to a trickle again last week?
We pushed almost, I believe, between 400 and 500 million barrels of oil under the nose of Iran over the course of Project Freedom, which went underground, which I
Not what you
acknowledged
fucking asked, but okay.
after we did so covertly because it was more effective to do so quietly than to do so publicly. So we've been in control of moving traffic through there for quite some time. Well, they retained the ability to recklessly shoot at commercial shipping, and that's what happened. We had a ceasefire, and then they shot at commercial shipping.
Well, he
recklessly
also
as a state.
said at
That's what
that
changed it.
same press conference, and I'm going to quote you, you urged Iran to, quote, let innocent ships pass freely. These international waters belong to all nations, not to Iran to tax, toll, or control. Last week, President Trump said that the U.S. would charge a 20% toll to each ship to pass through the state. So based on your opposition to tolls, did you talk to the president out of that idea, or did someone else?
Iran's not charging tolls, and they're shooting at ships right now.
But Trump said that he wanted to charge a 20% toll.
We have a blockade right now of all Iranian ships and Iranian ports, and it's effective.
My time is out.
Hasan.
I'll yield my time to Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for your testimony. And General Kane, let me just begin by expressing on behalf of all Georgians our immense gratitude and admiration for the service members who are making tremendous sacrifices and conducting themselves with extraordinary selflessness and professionalism on behalf of the United States and our state's unified condolences and grief for the families of the 4 killed in action and our hope for a swift recovery for the nearly 100 wounded over the last 2 weeks. And thank you to you for your service to the nation. Mr. Hegseth, you're requesting roughly $68 billion for the department through this supplemental, correct?
67, yes.
And yesterday, your department stated publicly, quote, U.S. forces struck Iranian military command centers, maritime capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, and air defense systems to degrade Iran's ability to continue attacking commercial vessels. That was a press release from your department. Is that a broadly accurate characterization of ongoing operations?
That sounds broadly accurate, yes.
On day 14 of this conflict, Mr. Secretary, day 14, nearly 5 months ago, you stated that Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and, quote, made combat ineffective. That was on day 14 of the war. Was that an accurate statement?
They didn't have a Navy any longer. It's completely sunk. Their missiles were buried underneath a lot of their underground facilities, and their defense industrial base has been almost completely destroyed. So as far as a military assessment of Iran's capabilities, it didn't mean by any stretch of the imagination absolute zero, but their
Mr.
capabilities
Secretary,
at the lowest level
you
they've been in a
stated
very
that
long time.
on day 14 of this conflict, in the second week of the conflict, you stated that Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and, quote, made combat ineffective. Was that an accurate statement? Yes or no?
Iran's ability to challenge the United States of America at the level at which we're capable of.
That's not what I asked you, Mr. Secretary. You said
yes, stay on it. It's a very, very specific term he's using there. Let me double check. Is there like a military manual or whatever definition of made combat ineffective? Like what? Like hors de combat? Is that what you'd call it? Is that the same thing? Because that means you can't fight, right? Like you can't do shit. Is there anywhere? Is that written down anywhere, like in a manual or something? Or oh yeah, there is. United Task Force. Okay. Whoa. A unit is combat ineffective if it cannot fulfill its mission or typical tasks. Common causes include loss of leadership, heavy casualties, lack of weapons. Is there any more to this guide? Lack of movement or cohesion, silence or no response to orders, absence of return fire, numerous KIAs, units reduced to a small fraction of its size. If you're going to say the country is, then if they are returning fire, they're not combat ineffective. That would be quite obvious, wouldn't it? Let me see. This is where Clanker might be helpful. U.S. military of ineffective. Air Force doctrine. It's used for units apparently. You wouldn't even use it for the entire military usually. Interesting. I think it's just giving me. Oh, is this it? Yeah, I'm getting the same thing from ChatGPT, similar. It's not the same link, but it's a fucking dud link. What actually is this page, just to be sure? Identifying UnitedTaskForce.net. What is this page? Let's see. Whoa! Is this just like a particular part of the military? Wait, why doesn't it have a back option? What the fuck? What? That's weird. That's not cool. Don't know.
On day 14, Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and, quote, made combat ineffective. Yes or no? Was that an
Yeah,
accurate
apparently you wouldn't even use it for a military. You'd use it to describe a unit. Because to make a military combat ineffective means like literally the war's over. No one can do anything. Yeah.
statement?
What the American military has
Will you
done
answer
to
the
the Iranian
question?
military is a historic military
Will you
defeat,
answer the
and they're
question under
ineffective in
oath?
that context.
3 weeks
can't do
later,
it.
you declared victory. That was now nearly 4 months ago. 3 weeks after you'd already said Iran's military was destroyed and combat ineffective, you said, quote, Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory. You said Iran's military had been rendered, quote, combat ineffective for years to come. And you stated we had, quote, achieved every single objective. Were those accurate statements?
It certainly was, on behalf of the men and women in uniform, a historic military victory over Iran.
Had
There are
Iran's
other-
military been rendered, quote, combat ineffective for years to come? That
They
was
had
a statement that you made
160
4 months ago.
they had 160 naval vessels
You need
in
to
the
answer
Blue
the
Water
questions,
Navy,
Mr.
and they're gone.
Secretary.
Their
You
Air
said-
Force
Answer the
is
question.
4 months
completely
ago.
combat
You
ineffective, and
said
they don't
4
have a
months
defense
ago.
industrial base.
Excuse
So
me, Mr.
describe to me a country
Secretary.
that doesn't have an Air Force and Navy or
Oh,
defense
it's also Secretary of Defense. What, did he not change that to Secretary of War yet?
industrial base, and I will describe to you a country that does not have an effective
Mr. Secretary,
military.
you
It can
stated,
lob missiles.
Mr. Secretary, you stated
missiles,
4
but it's
months
not a
ago
combat
that
effective
Iran's
military.
military had been rendered, quote, combat ineffective.
United Task Force. Oh, it's a fucking video game thing. What the fuck? It's useless. Okay. It's a fucking video game type. Right. Interesting. So where's the definition of combat ineffective? Is it just not a phrase that's used? Because some like DoD, it's saying it doesn't exist. Meaning U.S. military? I wonder why he's so hesitant to answer it then, if it's not like an official like term. If it's not actually like a DoD or whatever you'd call it term. Huh. Wait. You need to go to the US field manual. Yeah, I mean, I've got the DoD manual here, but it's not there. Field manual, but let's see. US Army field manuals. There are lots of these. Any of them could have that word in them. Whew. I'm quite curious now. What does combat ineffective mean according to U.S. military doctrine? Why is he so hesitant to answer it? What is this? What is this? I know there's a whole thing about like armies or units, and like there's a certain percentage of their capacities that are gone that basically just renders them like defeated, quote unquote. Operational terms. What is this? So I think, yeah, this is from the military. Combat. It doesn't say anything about ineffective. Oh, wait. It's apparently from University of Nebraska. U.S. Army Field Manuals. This is DoD. Okay. Operational terms. And it does say ineffective, but not the actual term itself. Is that right? Destroy renders an enemy force combat ineffective until it is reconstituted. But they don't actually say what combat ineffective means. This is actually DoD as well, so. Interesting. I'm not actually sure where I'd get this from. Knock out 40% of a unit is done. Yeah, but obviously that's very different for it's very different from the way you work with like groups that split up into cells and like independent units, right? Whatever. Figure it out
for years
soon.
to come. Has Iran's military been for the last 4 months combat ineffective?
It's been set back not just years, but likely decades.
You stated
considering
we
it
had
can't build
quote.
at the level it did before and not even close. It doesn't mean it doesn't have capabilities.
Mr. Secretary, you stated we had quote achieved every single objective.
It's like, because like all the results here are just like Reddit. You know, you put it in combat ineffective, combat effectiveness. Is there anything in the wiki? I know the 40% rule. Okay, well done. United Task Force. Is this actually like? Oh yeah, they've got like a Discord and shit. Okay. That's nonsense. That's game shit. Okay. The capacity of a or performance of a military force to succeed in undertaking an operation, mission, or objective. Determining optimal combat effectiveness is optimal. Okay. They don't even say about ineffective. Well, but for whatever reason, he can't answer it, so he's fucked.
Was that an accurate statement 4 months ago?
The main objective of this was to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. Their main sites were obliterated. We're watching over them, and we're holding them that issue. If they don't give them up at the table, there's other ways we can take them away.
Early in the conflict
Iran will
on
never
day
have a
3,
nuclear
Mr.
weapon.
Secretary, early in the conflict, day 3, you said one of those core objectives was to, quote, destroy the missile threat. And as you restated on day 5, to, quote, obliterate Iran's missiles and drones. Those were clearly and repeatedly stated core objectives of the campaign, which 4 months ago you declared had been completed victoriously with every single objective achieved. Were those objectives achieved 4 months ago?
No one ever stated that every single missile was gone. Ultimately, combat ineffective means they're not able to dig them out of their UGFs and shoot
Had the
at us.
missile
It doesn't mean they
Oh,
don't
now he's saying it. Okay.
have underground facilities where they put missiles in them and hold on to them because they're the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism. So we never expected they would stop having capabilities to shoot. The question is at scale against an opponent like the United States of America, which went toe-to-toe with them and Iran couldn't.
You stated on March 8th, day 9 of the war on 60 Minutes, you assured the American people of Iranian surrender. Does that remain your prediction?
Ultimately, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon to threaten the United States of America. That has been the objective and it remains so.
So just to review, you will not answer whether your statement made on the 14th day of the war that Iran's military had been, quote, destroyed and made combat ineffective was a truthful statement to the American people as you sit here and ask for tens of billions more for the conflict.
Senator's time has
Had a
expired.
historic and effective military campaign against the largest state sponsor of terrorism.
Won't answer the
Ensure they
question.
never
Senator
get a nuclear
Peters
weapon, Senator.
is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here
Absolutely
today.
shagged. What
General,
a fucking fool.
In the war between Russia and Ukraine, who do we want to win?
Sir, I want Ukraine to win.
Is Russia America's friend?
I'm sorry, sir, I couldn't quite hear your question.
Is Russia America's friend?
I think that depends on your definition of friend. I think it's a complicated relationship.
Okay.
No, I don't think they're our friends.
Thank you.
Okay. Nice one.
If we
He
could
got that.
cut off Russia's cash flow, which depends substantially on its sale of oil, would that help Ukraine win?
Oh, there's an operational terms thing from 2026. Oh. What does it say?
So I think militarily, anytime you can restrict resources and cash flows against an adversary,
General, I
that's a
have
good
so
thing.
much respect for you,
Yes, sir.
but I have so little time.
Yes, sir. I'll try to be
Just
briefer.
Give me succinct answers.
Yes, sir. It would assist a.
Would help, wouldn't
yes, sir.
Yeah, you
Yes, sir.
tell that fucking general. That's what it should be. A huge fucking decorated chunk general getting bullied the shit out of him by by this decrepit old lump.
If we could stop people, entities,
Who works for who,
and
eh?
countries from buying Russia's oil, that would help cut off its cash flow, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
We have a bill to do that, as I'm sure you're aware. We have the votes today to pass it, overwhelmingly. I also have enormous respect and admiration for our majority leader, Senator Thune. But I hope everybody on this panel will today contact Senator Thune and ask him to bring that bill to the floor. We should vote on it at a minimum of next week.
Oh, there's a bigger one. Operational terms and graphics, United States Marine Corps. Okay. Ineffective. Oh. Combat ineffective. What does it mean? Holy shit. Oh, maybe there's a one for here for ineffective. This is nuclear. We're going to figure it out. Okay. Up one. Oh. The unit is at assessment chart. The unit is at 50 to 69% strength. That means combat ineffective. Why was that so hard for him to say then? If that's what combat ineffective means. Does he just not know? But it's for units. He wouldn't apply it to like a military. Maybe that's why he was confused. Huh. Well, I think we got some answer. Immediate permanent ineffectiveness. Well, this is about, that's very specific. Okay. What? It could be CE, but it would have a term here, right? But I guess there's not one specific term. Yeah, it's a really odd thing of him to say. To want to avoid. Combat support, stress control, trains, arms, zone. Is there anything about combat effective or ineffective? No, wait. Okay. What about combat effective? Okay, the ability of a unit to perform its mission. Oh. Well, interestingly, the fucking Arma 3 thing gave us the same answer. That's cool. It's a reliable source of information. Shit. The ability of a unit to perform its mission. So yeah, you would never say that to the Iranian military because obviously they have units that can perform their missions. Okay. Okay. He's full of shit. Okay, well done, Pete. Jesus. That took a while to find. But that is from United States Marine Corps Headquarters. Department of the Army. Damn.
Some of my colleagues, General, want America to just stop in Iran. In the blockade, bring all of our warriors home. What would be the consequences of that, in your estimation?
Sure. I think termination criteria is always a political decision. However, I assess that Iran will continue to be a challenge moving forward. So we have to be thoughtful.
Will they put tolls on the strait?
I don't know, sir. That's a decision that's a hypothetical and will depend on what happens.
It's not
in the future.
hypothetical. We got a blockade to stop them.
We do, sir. That's
Is that recent? That's from 2026. So yes.
Sure, look me in the eye. I'm not asking you for. I'm not trying to get you in trouble. I know your advice to the president is private, but this is serious as 4 heart attacks and a stroke. Now, what happens if we come home and end the blockade?
What a funny sentence.
Sir, Iran has the potential to continue to be a threat, and we will need to prepare military.
Will they
options to
toll
do
the
that.
strait?
Sir, that's a hypothetical question, and I don't know the answer to that.
Oh, it's not hypothetical. We come home. It's not going to be hypothetical. You know that, General, and I do too. And I appreciate your discretion, but we're down to it. We need some hard answers and some straight talk. What'll happen, Pete?
No pun intended, eh? Straight talk.
Senator, I would agree with the chairman, but the likely outcome is they would try to impose their will on the waterways in ways that the world would not like. Call it a toll, call it a fee, call it an exchange, call it control. They would do something that they would try to hold it at issue. Yes, sir.
Would they try to commence development again of a nuclear warhead?
Part of the reason President Trump had to have the courage to do what he did after Midnight Hammer is that they didn't give up their ambitions, even though their nuclear sites had been obliterated. So this is a regime hell-bent on nuclear ambitions, and
Guys,
President Trump
we need straight answers. We need straight answers. Do we have the ability to destroy whatever is underneath Pickaxe Mountain?
Senator, a lot of our capabilities are classified, but if anybody in the world can reach anything on God's green earth, it's the United States military, the most powerful military in the world. It's all about options and trade-offs.
I'm going to take a little extra time because others got it, Madam Chair. I won't abuse it. Secretary, are shrimpers farmers?
Absolutely, yes. There are farmers of the sea.
Are oyster harvesters farmers?
Yes. In this USDA,
Are they
yes.
having to compete with other countries who grow oysters and shrimp in a ditch and shoot them full of antibiotics?
100% yes.
And if you eat too much of that foreign shrimp and oysters, you'll grow an extra ear, won't you?
I'm not sure about that, but I know it is not good. And I also know we import 90% of our shrimp.
Why aren't we inspecting the shrimp and the oysters from abroad?
Well, it goes much larger than that. Why are we importing so much from abroad, which goes to the president's trade agenda?
I'm in big trouble.
Yes, you are.
Guys, look, we need straight answers now. We're down to it.
Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Secretary Hegseth, you're requesting billions of dollars in supplemental funding for a war that you said would last for weeks, and that the president has no plan or ability to end. At the same time, this still unauthorized and extremely unpopular war has caused gas, diesel, fertilizer, and other essentials that New Yorkers and our farmers need across the country and has become much more expensive. So how do I go back to New York, and what would you say to them who are seeing their health care bills rise because massive cuts to Medicaid? They've seen their grocery and gas bills rise, and this unpopular and unauthorized war abroad is a higher priority to this administration than their ability to feed their families and provide health care to their loved ones who are sick.
Well, Senator, you're talking about political trade-offs, and our job is to deliver for the United States military and the President of the United States. And we look at the cost of a nuclear Iran, and we want to prevent that for future generations. And that requires funding and supplementals and this budget and next generation capabilities. And that's
will owners support this war if it makes things harder for farmers? That is a question. Yep.
Here today to request some of that to ensure we can ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear
So
weapon.
you're essentially saying you're asking for literally $1.5 trillion for a war that President Trump said he already won. You're asking for $1.5 trillion, unlimited money for bombs, but insufficient money for the American people, for their health care, their food, their housing, and our farmers, Secretary Rollins, who we have cut SNAP program. We are not funding the losses from emergencies that have happened in blue states, particularly when we had frost.
That's not true.
False, you're not funding it. But back to you, Secretary Hegseth.
And I would like to respond to the fertilizer and
have
gas.
Your chance, Secretary Hegseth.
There's no reason to be rude.
You are asking for unlimited money for bombs when people can't feed their families. And I don't know how this administration intends to defend those decisions to the American people.
Not unlimited bombs, Senator. I'm asking for the right bombs at the right time to ensure we can deter our adversaries into the future. And that's why this is a generational investment. And if the previous administration didn't fund this department,
the reason why they are so upset with you and this administration is because the words you have used in the past don't add up. About Iran specifically, you said that we had obliterated, quote unquote, Iran's ability to create nuclear weapons. The president made the same claim. Yet 8 months later, in February of 2026, the president launched an active war claiming Iran was within 2 weeks of having a weapon. So when you say two very different things, the American people don't know who to believe or what to believe. They just know they can't afford their health care, they can't afford their food, they can't afford housing, and our farmers are continuing to suffer. So, which is true? Was it obliterated or wasn't it? What's the status?
The nuclear sites under Midnight Hammer were obliterated, but Iranians foolishly continued to attempt to pursue nuclear capabilities, which is why we destroyed their defense industrial base and so many of the other capabilities to ensure they can't get to a nuclear weapon. So we're staying laser focused on the objective, and you're trying to make campaign commercials.
No, we're
and
not.
That's fine.
So listen to this. You also say that you made the missile program, quote, destroyed and made combat ineffective. Quote, Iran's entire ballistic missile production capacity, every company that builds every component of those missiles has been functionally defeated and destroyed, and that the missile program, existing stockpiles were depleted and decimated, almost completely ineffective. So why are there missiles left to hit Jordan and result in the loss of life of our brave men and women?
As we stated from the beginning, the Iranian defense industrial base is effectively gone, but they do have underground facilities because they're the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism, and they've spent 47 years trying to hide their missiles under mountains, just like their nuclear capabilities, because they would like to get
just
rid of
don't know
the
the version of the war to believe, because it's either over or it's not over. It's within 2 weeks or it's not 2 weeks. We have no missiles or we have missiles, and that
it's combat effective or it's not combat effective, eh?
Nation is why so many New Yorkers are perplexed, stressed out, and find this war to be incredibly unpopular because they don't understand the choices that the president's making. They don't agree with those choices. Secretary Rollins, so you have cut over 160,000 New Yorkers have been kicked off SNAP. What do you have against hardworking New Yorkers, children who need SNAP, and seniors who need SNAP?
Well, first of all, diesel is down under Biden versus today, 581 versus 480. Gas is down from Biden today, from 484 to 386 today. Fertilizer is down 56% from Biden highs.
Prices
so this
are
narrative
higher than
that
when you took
using,
office.
Well,
all of those prices are higher than when you took office. So you are not
that is not true. That is not true, Senator. And let me tell you what New York is stressed out about is the fact that your state is taking prime farmland and turning it into solar farms. That is absolutely inexcusable.
For you to stand,
I have visited the New York farmers two times in upstate New York.
Has expired. Senator Murphy.
Thank you all for being here today. Secretary Hegseth, the American people either didn't want this war from the start or were deeply skeptical of this war because they have seen this country make the same mistake over and over again in wars in the Middle East, and that is to create either unrealistic or open-ended objectives. You said in March that the United States was, quote, on plan to defeat, destroy, and disable all of Iran's meaningful military capabilities at a pace that the world has never seen before. Obviously, as we've discussed here today, that objective has not been achieved and is not going to be achieved. Iran is adept, more adept than even at the start of the war, at hiding their capabilities or repairing after damage we have done. There's an open report that when it comes to their missile sites along the Strait of Hormuz, 30 of 33 are still operational.
I wouldn't believe all the open reports, Senator.
But I've also heard you say in this hearing that the objectives now seem to be more limited than they were at the outset of the war, that this is about reopening the strait and this is about dismantling their nuclear capability. And the president, of course, has said himself that he thinks Iran has a right to a missile program. So my question is pretty simple. Is it correct that it is no longer a war objective to destroy all of their military capacities? This is what the president has said. Have our goals been simplified to reopening the strait and to getting into a negotiation over a nuclear program? I don't think you have a realistic plan to do either of those things, but I think it's important for us to know what we're funding. Are the objectives much more limited today than they were when you made that statement in March?
So I think the objectives have been consistent and clear from the beginning. And I would contrast it to North Korea, where a conventional buildup was used to hide a nuclear capability that eventually evolved to a point where it couldn't be contested. And what Iran continued to do, even after Midnight Hammer, was try to build that conventional capability to dare anyone to stop them from pursuing nuclear weapons. So getting after their conventional capabilities, missile launchers, defense industrial base, their Navy, was all part of ensuring they can't blackmail us into pursuing a nuclear capability. Laser focused on Iran will never have a nuclear capability. That's the promise the president has made and that he will keep.
I think it's important. So it is still a war objective, either through military action or through a diplomatic agreement, to destroy and disable all of Iran's meaningful military capacities, including their missile program.
As far as all, when we talked about that from the podium at the outset of this, we were talking about their defense industrial base. And if you look at the metrics of their ability to make more, that it's been overwhelmingly destroyed. Not everything, but overwhelmingly. Now, do they have missiles in underground bunkers because they're a terror state? Sure they do, and we've acknowledged that from the beginning. Yeah, but their capacity is less today than it's ever been.
They obviously have significant capacity to effectively disrupt the entirety of the Middle East and oil flows out of the Middle East, and that's not going to change. Let me ask you one more question. This is a request for supplemental funding because you don't have the funding in your base budget to do what you need to do, which makes questions about the base budget relevant. There's been a lot of attention, Mr. Secretary, on the modernization of a luxury jet that was gifted to the president by the government of Qatar. Reports suggest that maybe as much as $1 billion in your base funding, an extraordinary amount of money, has been used for an upgrade, and the plane is back in the shop for a second upgrade. As far as I can tell, never before has an administration not made public the amount of money for an upgrade or a construction contract on a presidential airplane. Obviously, we don't need or want to disclose the details of that upgrade, but never before have you withheld from Congress and the public the total amount of money. I think there are two really important questions here. One, will you make public the amount of money that you are spending to upgrade this plane? And two, can you commit to this Congress and this committee that the president isn't going to take this plane with him when he leaves office? The only thing more insulting to the taxpayers of spending money on a jet they don't need would be for the president to take it with him, to take it out of our military inventory when he leaves office.
Say the Air Force has done an incredible job making that a capable jet that ultimately, but its capabilities and investment are classified and shouldn't be talked about.
That's not what I'm asking.
Considering
the
security of the
President of the United States, will you disclose the amount of money publicly?
I would imagine as part of the regular budget process, that's something that we would look at.
And will you commit that the president will not take
But you have to look at the classification level of certain things that are not devolved for reasons of national security.
Will you commit that the president will not take this jet with him out of federal inventory when he leaves office?
That's not a decision for necessarily me to make, and ultimately we're grateful to have it in the fleet with the Air Force to protect the President of the United States.
That's a deeply
Senator
unsatisfactory
Peters.
answer to the American public.
Regardless of our differing views, the fact remains that there are must-pay bills and urgent requirements facing the department that affect the ability of our military to deter and defend against potential aggression worldwide. Portions of the supplemental request go toward paying these bills and are necessary to restore readiness, repair, or replace battle damage to aircraft, ships, or bases, and address urgent munitions challenges. I understand and am told that some military services face near-term solvency challenges. What will be the impact on our troops if additional funding is not
Hegseth's face isn't wet, everyone else's is dry. True.
provided? Are there military exercises, for example, that are at risk of cancellation? What message will we be sending to the world? Secretary Hegseth, either you or Senator or General Kane.
Chairwoman, I very much appreciate that question, and it's because it's connected to the real-world realities of this budget cycle. There is training right now and training in the future that would have to be curtailed if we do not get our budget needs met and met urgently. And yes, some of that has to do with the current budget cycle and how things come together. But we are a department that for 4 years met funding shortfalls under the previous administration. It was not a priority to fund the Department of Defense under Joe Biden. It also took the munitions and a lot of there were 5 supplementals out of this committee that took munitions one for one and sent them to Ukraine and had tried to replace them with the same bureaucratic process that was too slow and didn't replace them in real time. And then there were threats that were ignored around the world. So you're looking at a lot of negligence and a lot of deferred maintenance that this department is having to catch up on. And so that's why I call this a generational investment. It truly is. This is $1.5 trillion budget with this supplemental being part of it is how we catch up and get ahead and ensure in the process we're putting soldiers and sailors and airmen first, Marines first, Guardians, that their pay increases, that the end strength increases that have gone up because recruiting is at historic levels are fully funded. So rather than trying to play catch up and make sure we're not losing training, we should be ahead of that curve. And that's where we think 1.5 trillion can get us.
Thank you. Senator Kaine, calling you Senator General Kaine, I'm going to ask you to respond for the record because in my remaining time, I do want to ask Secretary Rollins a question. Secretary Rollins, as we heard from the previous panel, our country has many outstanding recovery needs from disasters and other weather-related events over the past 2 years. As this chart shows, and this is a chart from your department, many have unmet weather-related agricultural losses. In Maine, many of our producers are struggling amid a combination of market volatility and disaster conditions last year, which included excessive rainfall in the spring, followed by a severe drought. They need relief. Yet the administration's supplemental request does not include funding to address these recovery needs. It does have $1.1 billion to help Florida agricultural producers rebound from a severe freeze this past winter, but nothing for prior disasters in other states. Can you explain USDA's thinking behind focusing your request just on the 2026 freeze rather than on the 2025?
Wow. Okay. What incredibly, so it costs like what, 32 billion and they want to get another 75. That's for what? What actual change in the state of affairs on the ground have they got? Well, the Iranian military can't, I guess they can't invade anyone anytime soon. They have less missiles. They can still kill American soldiers. They can still hit 6 or 7 Arab countries if they want to. They still have the Strait of Hormuz, which they didn't even have before the war. They still have their enriched uranium. Oh well, damn. But it's okay. You know, maybe the testosterone injections will give us the next fucking push that we need to rescue the Middle East. Okay. Okay. I am going to, I've already done my connections, haven't I? I'm gonna fuck off. Okay. Good stream though. Good strong stream. We had about 1K concurrence for a minute there. That was nice. Also to the donations. Thank you so much, everyone. I missed a few. Wait, did I? Yeah, I did. Lace and tag. It's very telling that Hasan thinks political commentary and political warfare / purity testing are the same thing. He's just so stupid. Again, he knows. It's just the same thing with the, oh, you're anti-authoritarian? Well, why do you like the healthcare system if it's provided by the government in the United Kingdom? Shut up. Yeah, whatever. Yabo, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Yabo Imegu. I don't know what that means, but thank you. Manis Burn, thanks for the €5. And Max Copeland for the $5. Thank you so much. Wow. And everyone else as well that I've already thanked. I'm not going to thank you twice. Come on, let's be serious. Oh, Cordial, thanks for the tier 2 sub from the very beginning. I didn't see that one. Thank you so much as well. And ZJM, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Well done, guys. Meme for the $4.99. Owlishness, I didn't even see that one. I've debated Rob twice. He will force you into a position you don't have and then make you argue it. He will refuse to leave it unless you concede. I'm sorry, Rob, but that's just not the topic of the debate. I don't know. I'm practicing my, that's not the topic of the debate. I don't know what I could do. I don't know what you want me to do for you. I have no mana. Okay. Take care, guys. Get out of here. Where are we going to raid? Hang on, let's raid out. Oh, redirect. Hutch. Go to Hutch. All right. Godspeed. See you soon. Bye.